Hello.
Hello. Hello, Gonka, how are you? Why am I hearing myself? Ah, yeah, I know why. Will show the new ThinkPad? Yes. Yes, I will show you. I will show you. Up. Hello. I just got back from the shop where I bought it for not so expensive. I bought like an old one, but I just felt the need to because yeah, basically I had an old one that I revived that was like stored like an old T420 from 2005, ThinkPad, no 2013 from a ThinkPad, and I was like, damn, it was pretty old already when I bought it in 2018, and now it's 2026. What is the best ThinkPad to buy now for cheap? Wasn't bought online in Germany. No, it was bought in a refurbished uh, Parisian shop. And yeah, so basically, because like 10 years ago, or maybe not 10 years ago, 8 years ago, basically, when I bought my old, no, my old laptop, my old powerful laptop, just before, I also bought a cheap ThinkPad to put a Bitcoin node, I remember. Um, yeah. And for some reason, at some point, it stopped booting. But now I installed Endeavor OS on it, and it works fine. It has 4 GB of RAM. And basically, yesterday, I don't know why yesterday, but yesterday night, I had like an obsession about, wait, is there a ThinkPad like my older one, but maybe newer, that I can now buy that is the best for like upgradability and stuff like that? And it turns out that yes, this is the T480, which is the last great ThinkPad in terms of upgradability and stuff. And yeah, so and there's also a lot. There's also a big like repair community and modding community even around this particular model. And so I was like, yeah, I like old ThinkPads actually, and I like to revive old stuff. I also revived an old Inspiron from 2009. Look at this. This was the laptop that was gifted to me by the Guadeloupe region. And like they gave all the first year of high school this laptop that was like in 2009. It was like uh, 200 euro, so it was the cheapest, most ass laptop you could buy in 2009. And it still boots, and I'm going to install something on it. It's not yet installed for some reason, and it's 32 bits, so it's very annoying. But yeah, I'm just going to install an OS called Antix that is made for like low power machine. It has 1 GB. It has 1 GB RAM with the shittiest stickers that I had when I was in Guadeloupe in my high school, in my Guadeloupean high school. So yeah, I thought you told you bought one online in a German site. Yes, but that's another one. I bought a second. But the new ThinkPad that I bought on the German site is new. Is brand new. The one that I just bought this afternoon is old and used. It's from 2018. It came out in 2018. The one I just bought. It's this, it's this one. You know, and it's pretty nice. Like it's actually not that used. Actually, it's a good like. I actually came for like another one that was cheaper. So I bought this for 300 euros. I originally wanted another one that is the same model, so T480, but with a slightly less beefy CPU and no graphics card. And this one has a small graphics card and less RAM also, but for 200 euros. But it turns out that when I saw the 200 euro one, it was a bit used, you know, like you can see the trackpad, especially on the ThinkPad. When the trackpad has been used a lot, you can see it's shiny and it's not very. 16 gigabytes of RAM. This one, 16 gigabytes, i7 8th gen, so 8000 something, 8650. So, but it is an i7, so it's not. It's pretty good, right? But even though the i7 of the 8th gen is basically the same as the i5 in terms of power, it's just that for older ThinkPads like this, people like to max out especially because this is basically the last really highly upgradable ThinkPad after the ThinkPad that Lenovo made were a bit less upgradable. And so that's why the T480, if you go on the subreddit R ThinkPads, they all talk about the T480 because it's the last like really upgradable ThinkPad. But the CPU is not upgradable, but everything else is. So you can update the SSD, the RAM, the two slots can nothing is soldered. You can have a SATA or an NVMe. There's Thunderbolt 3, which is pretty cool. Thunderbolt for charging. There's USB-C also, so it's like an old laptop with two USB-C ports, which is pretty rare, I think. But it was pretty rare back then. And since it's very cheap now, I mean, it's cheaper. And there's Ethernet, HDMI, so it's still pretty good actually. USB-A, of course. So like and this is an 8-year-old machine, right? It came out in 2018. It's pretty nice. It's good value. Yeah, for the spec, it's good value. And the CPU is not that weak. It's a bit weak, huh? But it's not that weak. Because when it came out in 2018, it came out at like $1,000, and some versions like this one could get to like 1800 or 1600s or 1800. This particular version, I think, was probably sold for like 17 or 1800s in 2018, and now I got it for $300. But the internal battery is not there. It died and they didn't replace it. But there is an external battery that is 48 watt hours, which is okay. And the battery is also new compared to the other one that was cheaper, 200 euro, that I originally wanted to get. The battery was not as new. So, and usually the battery is the one thing that dies the most often in a ThinkPad because, batteries suck. So yeah, and there is 1 year guarantee. So that's also pretty cool, 1 year guarantee. So that's pretty nice. It's just that, of course, I cannot open. It's like there is warranty seals on the screws. So I cannot open it. But for the specs and for the price, it's pretty good. And I just wanted to have it. This is like, voila. But I'm going to re-explain everything for the others when Yannick and Nat come, if they come. But yeah. Are you planning to use it external battery? Yeah, there is so the ThinkPad, the T480 is very renowned because it's upgradable. So the RAM, SSD, not CPU, but RAM SSD is upgradable. RAM is upgradable up to I think 64 gigabytes, even though it was only spec'd for like 32 gigabytes RAM, but actually you can get up to 64 DDR4 if you want. It still works. It might not be ideal, but it still works. 240 hertz megahertz, so it's not bad. And the NVMe also, it was spec'd up to 1 terabyte, but actually 2 terabyte drives also work. It's just that maybe the bandwidth might not be ideal. Yeah, so it's like almost like it's pretty okay for a modern use, but it's just that the CPU, of course, is a bit old. But like it has on CPU mark, it's 6,000 CPU mark. So just to give you a just to give you a comparison, my old powerful laptop that I got in 2019 for a lot more than $1,700 euros. It is the CPU had 18,000, you know. So it's like, okay, it's weaker. And the Raspberry Pi 5 CPU of today has 4,000 CPU mark, you know. So it's like it's a bit more powerful. But the Raspberry Pi 5 came out like 2 years ago or something, you know. But yeah, and so one of the big upgradable things that people like about this model in particular is the fact that you can have an internal battery that is 24 watt hours and an external battery that can be up to 72 watt hours. And then you can just have your laptop, you can just have this model span for like 2 days, without charging, which is cool. And you can also swap the external batteries if you want. You can even, like, for example, if you have like, if you go camping or whatever, you could actually have a second external battery, charge it in advance, and then when this one is depleted, you can swap the external batteries to last maybe 3 days or 4 days without charging, So that's pretty cool. And this is something that no other laptops have brought to the table recently. And especially in an old laptop like this is pretty cool. So yeah, that's why people like this one in particular, the T480. Let me show you. The branding. Voilà, T480. Ah, yeah, it's reversed, but you understand. T480. Voilà, I got it. I got mine. And I'm also pretty happy because this is actually the beefiest version of this model. This is a beefiest version of this model that usually people who have like slightly less spec'd out T480s, they usually upgrade, like when they want to max it out, they usually change the motherboard, and they take a motherboard of this model, and they just swap it to inside their own shell, to make up for, like, having the maxed out T480. This is just for the collectioners, usually. But yeah, it's also it's a yeah, it's a nice ThinkPad. Yeah, it's just that it's very upgradable, very repairable. Good specs. The screen is 1080p, so it's okay for the size. And the external battery. That's pretty cool. Yeah, and there is a cult around this specific model. Um, and because there is a cult around this specific model, there are a lot of tutorials and resources and parts online, you know? And also, like back in 2018, a lot of companies bought these for corporate means, right? And so there's a lot of spare parts. There's a lot of models that are, refurbished and that I like the one I bought that are still not that have been used in a corporate manner, but they haven't been overused or it's just yeah. And some can go, especially some who have like cracked shells or cracked things. Um, they can actually go for very cheap. I've seen people who bought some of those with the same kind of specs, like 16 gigabytes RAM or 32 gigabytes RAM DDR4 for like $50 $50 or $100 just because there was like a big ass fissure or like a part of the shell was missing or something, like something made it you know so somebody threw it on the floor and there is like a part of the shell that just snapped off, and so it's very ugly, but the components are still there, and so you can get it for cheap because when it is fully nice like this one, you can get it for like 250 to 350 euros usually. But when the shell, which it's only aesthetic, is broken, you can get it for way cheaper. So there are a lot of good things. So basically, this one I will keep. Yeah, I will install a Marchi. Sorry for not answering. I will install a Marchi on this one, and I will just use. I will just use. Also, I'm wondering if I'm going to maybe make it into a Hackintosh or something, or maybe I will make my other one into a Hackintosh. I'm not sure. Um, but yeah, it's just that I'm wondering if it's useful for developing apps to test the compatibility, because Hackintosh is like old, I guess. So I'm not sure. But yeah. Uh, wait, I'm going to diminish the music. Oh, no. Yeah, I will install Marchi and I will just keep it like my older ThinkPad. I will keep it as my baby, and I will try to do stuff with it from time to time. And I would just try to upgrade it. I think I mean the same way I will keep this old motherfucker too, and I will try to install something. I'm wondering if I can replace the battery because this one is dead. I don't think I can replace the battery. That would be cool. It's funny, like to make old things work. Like for example, this one should not work anymore. 2009, 32-bit Windows, Windows 7 or something, or Windows X. No, I mean, I guess it was at the time of Windows 7. Yeah. And when we received it, it was with Ubuntu, I remember. We have good compute power. Yeah, I have a lots of compute. I will have some. I mean, maybe not. And the CPU mark of the CPU inside this one. I'm gonna show you because this is just funny. Um, I just checked yesterday and I just laughed, because it's so weak. Like this is literally like a mouse compared to a dog, Win 7 on 1 GB RAM. Yeah, I mean, maybe, I'm not sure. Maybe it was still a Windows XP. I'm not sure. Yeah, because Windows XP ran on like 256 megabytes of RAM. I remember. My mom bought a laptop with Windows XP on it, and it had 256 megabytes of RAM in 2000. 2 or 1 or something. So I guess 1 gigabytes. Windows 7, yeah, probably. Or maybe it was Windows Vista back then. I'm not sure. Attends, CPU benchmark. So the one of my new ThinkPad that I just bought this afternoon is an i7. i7. Ah, voilà. No, actually. It's an i7. Attends. Wait, what is the CPU exactly? And also, because this one has also the graphics card, I think they also put better cooling, better thermals. So maybe if I'm not using the GPU, the CPU can actually ramp up a bit better. Let me check. Oh yeah, so it's 86050U. Voilà. Yeah, so the alternative that I originally wanted was this one on the 200 euro one. And my Inspiron Mini, my Inspiron Mini, wait, what is the exact name? Inspiron Mini 10. I think it's 1011. Inspiron Mini 1011 it was. What is the music? 1010. Voilà, this one. Look at this bad boy. Ah no, Windows XP. Ah yeah, you're right. Maybe it was Windows XP. Maybe you're right. I was thinking 7 needed more, but no. Operating system. Ah, maybe I'll Windows 7 32-bit. I'm not sure. I mean, this one didn't came with the paid OS. It came with Ubuntu because it was free, because it was cheaper for the region, the Guadeloupe region, to give this to us. And it was funny that they did this. I think they did this for a few years because in Guadeloupe, lots of people are poor and they can't like buy computers because they're too poor. So basically, what they did is the region for like a few years bought cheap computers like this, laptops, for all the students, for all the pupils of the first year of high school. And I was lucky to be the first generation actually to receive this laptop for free. They don't, and it was just like a gift. They never asked us to give them back or whatever. No, it was just, they were just gifted to us like this. And it was pretty nice. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people who had because I guess back then we had access to the internet through the library, the school libraries or whatever. I would like to have specs. 1010. Look at this. Look at this bad boy. Ah voilà. Dell Inspiron Mini, and then Inspiron. Voilà, this is the one. To fill the gap left, a value version. It ships with a standard VGA. Yes, there is a VGA. Yeah. Yeah, there's a VGA. There is one USB port. No, two actually. Two USB ports, VGA, Ethernet. That's funny. There is Ethernet. And an SD card reader. And that's all. Attends. Ah voilà, Atom. Yeah, Atom N200. Yeah, that's right. The Dell Mini 10 volt is one, if not the most popular or compatible netbook and or laptop to be Hackintoshed. Really? Really? Why? It's so weak. I mean, I guess for the older Mac Hackintosh version. Ah, that's funny. I'm wondering if this is useful Hackintosh to like test apps, but I'm not sure because now most of the modern Macintosh are on ARM, so they're not on Intel CPUs anymore. So yeah. MacBook Pro from 2014 that I also still love and use. I voila, you see? So you also like the um, the retro computing. Uh, 1024 same. And you know what? I remember when I didn't have my like when I just came from Guadeloupe, I didn't have a laptop. I used this one to game, and I gamed like I played Rome Total War on this laptop, and I remember it took like 20 minutes just to launch the game, you know. But once the game was launched, I could actually play the game. It was crazy. That was crazy. And I remember in high school, people like all the first year of high school people, they used to play Worms on this. It was the only thing that was like, you know, compatible and on Linux too, on Ubuntu. Ah yeah, so it's Atom and is it written somewhere? No. Yeah, and I deleted the. Look at this bad boy. Look at this bad boy. Atom. Can I find it like this? Yes. Look, look at the CPU mark, 136 compared to the ThinkPad. So that's the one I wanted to buy, but they're pretty similar. Um, and that's the one I got here, but it's almost the same, right? And they are both 15 watts. Yeah, 2.5 watts. Dude, that's crazy. Voilà. This is the CPU of this one. This one here. Voilà, as a CPU mark as of 136. That's crazy. Compared to my like the CPU of my old laptop before my change, it was this one. And before and my new one, my new one is like just crazy. But yeah. So voilà. This is my old CPU laptop, you know? So, you know, from 2018 too, but I paid way more. So, voilà. Way before, and this is my current CPU. And also my new ThinkPad, has the 255H. So it's also way more like it's 30K. So you know, I will use my newest ThinkPad to do actually like you know heavy compiling stuff and you know programming, building big code bases or Svelte or front end or whatever you know. Voilà. I mean, I guess I can still do some of that on this one, on the you know, on the T480 here. It's not that low, but yeah, like this one, no. I will not be able to do any of that. I can't compile anything on this, you know? Like look at this. It's crazy. But I'm not sure if you're watching Gonzalo, but well, I guess I will have to re-explain everything anyway. So yeah, and I'm trying to actually create my because yesterday I got obsessed with this. I didn't actually publish my petit glyph. Um, do something real quick. Hop. What did you say? I'm watching. I play some guitar. Can't time much for the next 20 minutes, but I'm here. Ah, okay. Okay, I see. Okay. Mm. Okay. Yeah, so I just basically what happened is that I just wanted to buy this ThinkPad because it's going to be a ThinkPad that I know that I can actually probably keep for like the next 10 years, basically. Because the build is actually strong. It's one of the last fully upgradable with like because the ThinkPads that came after all most of them have more things soldered to the motherboard, and so it's a bit less upgradable. And it's also the last ThinkPad that has an external swappable battery. That's also cool if you can get your hands on an external battery part. But usually you can because there's a lot of parts and there's a lot of enthusiasts. So it's actually good, it's like a virtuous circle. And I think I'm going to install Antics as I so I discovered this Antics Linux. Uh, it's actually like it's um it's an OS for old machines that can like you can install on machines that have like 22 so 32-bit machines, and also on machines that have like 256 megabytes or something of RAM. It can work, so that's good. And I think that's basically what I installed, because when I powered up this one, it it actually had Windows 10. But I think I remember I downloaded like a custom Windows 10 for 32-bit. I think that somebody made. So it was funny. But yeah, I'm just going to, like this one is so old. Just the fact that I can power it up makes me wow in awe. Like it's so old. What are these sounds? Hmm. Oh, oh, it's this. Yeah, I shouldn't. Uh, mm, Wait a minute. Okay. How can I power this one? Whoa. Okay. Right, I need to. Uh, so I need to make. Wait. Need to make a PayPal account. To. No. Yeah. Mm. Okay. Well, I know I should not do this on like while I stream. Huh? It's just that I'm always lazy. And yesterday I should have done it, but I've looked into ThinkPads and I haven't published. So, well, at least my accounts are created. Okay. TOTP. Why are so I saw that NPM now does not allow like authentication application anymore. And I'm not sure why. Why has npm disabled, I mean deprecated navigation UFA methods. Search for why they're maybe, are they weaker or something? Search for recent technical opinions. Because NPM has had a lot of supply chain attacks lately. So I guess it's related to that. Maybe I should not drink water around my laptops. Should keep my mug empty. Alors, yes, TOTP Authenticator app is weaker than WebOps security key passkey 2FA but it is not bad. It is still much better than no 2FA. NPM deprecating it because NPM maintainers accounts are now high value supply chain targets and TOTP does not resist modern phishing well enough. NPM GitHub official recent no TOTP setups are disabled. Existing TOTP configs continue temporarily. And NPM wants users to migrate to WebAuth and passkeys because they are stronger and phishing resistant. NPM's docs, how are they phishing resistant? 2FA setup around the technical difference. You and NPR share a secret seed. Your app generates 6-digit codes. Yeah, if you enter that code into a fake NPM login page, the attacker can relay it to the real LPM within the 30-second window. This is why TOTP is considered phishable and replayable. Government identity guidance explicitly classifies mobile apps OTP TOTP as phishable. I mean, yeah. Well, Fido webinar is a phishing resistance. WebAuth and security passkey. Your device signs a challenge with a private key. The private key does not leave the device, and the signature is bound to the real site origin domain. A fake npngs.com phishing page cannot simply ask you for a code and reuse it on npm. This is the big security win. The immediate context is npm supply chain attacks. GitHub said npm has seen damaging accounts takeovers, including the September 2025 Shai-Hulud attack, where compromised maintainers' accounts were used to publish malicious packages. GitHub's hardening plan includes deprecating classic tokens, limiting token lifetimes, pushing trusted publishing OIDC, and migrating from TOTP to Fido-based 2FA. Uh, because I've always heard that the TOTP was like extremely secure or whatever, but no, actually, they changed their mind. Skeptical maintainer view. Many developers think removing TOTP entirely is overcorrection. In GitHub community feedback, maintainers complained that TOTP is browserless, CLI friendly, local, open, and still a strong upgrade over Node2FA. Some argued the bigger practical problems were stolen long-lived token, CI secrets, and bad publishing workflows, not TOTP itself. GitHub as NPM reply was basically TOTP is useful, but it remains vulnerable to phishing real-time relay in a way WebAuthn N is not. I mean, yeah, because the mini Shaiolud of a few weeks ago did not rely on phishing. It relied on GitHub actions, badly configured environments, basically, and logic. Nuance security view. Passkeys WebAuthn are not magic. Recent research still finds attack surfaces around FIDO2 CTAP, compromised authenticator, deceptive browser, device flows, and recovery processes. And recovery processes. But a 2026 FIDO2 attack vector paper still concludes that passkeys largely hold up as phishing resistance and raise the attacker cost substantially compared with traditional password TOTP flows. For you as an NPM publisher, use WebAuthn and passkey security for the NPM account. Keep recovery codes in password manager. And prefer trusted publishing over publishing tokens when possible. I'm back from playing guitar. What is there's a new Tomb Raider. Oh, yeah, it's the old one, the old school ones. It's free. That's pretty cool. It's the one I probably never played. They remastered it. Yeah. Maybe it would be cool for me to actually have them. Because I actually never played. It was one of the games that I wanted to have on my PlayStation, but for some reason my parents didn't find the game back then. Because she had guns and you could, yeah, like in the manor, right? You could have the butler in the fridge or something. I remember. Down in Bermuda, what is this one? A natural storm leaves an adventurer. Okay. Bon, I guess I'm not going to take it because this is a kind of game that I have too many of those. The games that I buy, I mean, I get because it's free, but I never play. Yeah, puzzle games. Yeah, I'm not going to take it, I think. I'm never going to play it. So, yeah. But yeah, cool. Cool. Thank you. Thank you, Gonzalo. Just click on get and it's yours. Yeah. Yeah, I got the Tomb Raider, yeah. I got the Tomb Raider one. Um keep recovery for high value packages, a physical hardware key plus a backup key safer than anything. Passkey. PayPal still offers TOTP and also passkey. What do I do? Also, I discovered 2 days ago, yesterday or something, that charging your phone through the magnetic charger is actually bad for the long-term longevity of the battery. It's better to charge it through USB-C. Because the wireless charger generates more heat, and the heat is bad for the battery. Well, even though I guess it's good if it's like stays at 80% at a given, if it's close to the good max level. But if it goes like when you go from 30 to 80 or something, like with the magnetic, it will generate way more heat compared to the USB-C. And so it can lower the lifetime of the battery. That it's regularly submitted to heat like this. It's annoying. Alors, and generate recovery codes, add a passkey. Best physical hardware, yeah, also good device passkey from your phone. PayPal itself have web authoring app phishing resistant because auth is cryptographically bound to real site. How much is a YubiKey or something? Is it expensive? Don't have any wireless charger. Well, good for you. Oh, Yubico. Yubico? What is Yubico? Yubico? Yubico. 34 euros, that's all? Is it like a Chinese brand or what? Yubico. Attends. Yubico. So the YubiKey. OpenAI Yubico. Protect your ChatGPT account. Buy now. Please don't leak my address. YubiKey 5. 70, hein? Ah, yeah, why are they so expensive here and on Amazon it's so cheap? UBC? Why is it 34 euros on Amazon? Ubico NFC security key? C. Is it because it's an old one? It seems to be the same as this one. Why is it 70 euros? NFC. How that works? Well, I guess you just put it into the USB-C port, no? To validate something. Tray of 50 keys. I don't understand why it's 70 euros. On Amazon, it's 34. There's something wrong. YubiKey 5. NFC. Wait. What is the exact name? Item details. Key C NFC. Model number. Tech specs. I don't understand. NFC specification. USB-C 2.0. But they say on Amazon it's USB 3. So what? Wait, I'm confused. Why is it so expensive? What? NFC. Ah, security key. Ah, voilà. Ah, voilà. Those are cheap. Why are they cheap? Why are they cheaper? Eh ben, look, I'm going to ask ChatGPT. Why are and this one different in price? What, like, compare the two? I'm confused. They seem very similar. It's just that I guess when you need to validate a sensitive operation, I guess you have to plug the key and press on the button or something. I guess. Both are USB-C plus NFC hardware security keys for FIDO web pass keys. The price difference is because the security key is basically FIDO only, while the YubiKey 5C NFC is a full multi-protocol cryptographic token. Pass keys were both advanced auth protocol. TOTP codes in Yubico Authenticator. OpenPGP. Okay. Well, yeah, okay. PIV smart card, SSH certification, corporate login. So maybe that's more of a corporate use. OpenPGP, GPG key use. Okay. Here we go. OTP challenge response static password. CCID smart card. This is all corporate stuff, right? Like, HID keyboard. What is that? Serialized for asset tracking. Voilà, asset tracking. That's the corpo stuff. The security C NFC is cheaper because Ubico explicitly positions it as the more affordable key, supporting only FIDO Web Authn, UDO 2TF. It does not generate codes. And Ubico says you need the YubiKey 5 series for OAuth, VIV. No. Everything the key does, but adds OAuth, OA. Oh, no, it's not OAuth. It's OATH, TOTP, HOTP. OpenPGP. It also exposes For your likely use case, npm pypy github google password manager passkeys, huh? The security key NFC is probably enough. It gives you the modern phishing resistant part. Fido was on, but paying double for the 5C only makes sense if you want the key to also be your TOTP authenticator vault. GPG open PGP key. PIV SSH security token workflow device, or if you need older Ubico OTP challenge response compatibility. Our practical recommendation: buy 2 security key, 2 instead of 1 YubiKey 5C NFC. Why? Unless you specifically now know you want PIV OpenPGP. Register both everywhere. 1 daily key and 1 backup. Stored safely. GPG is for signing stuff, I think. Yeah. Yeah, it's like for secure communication, through mail or whatever. It's just that I'm wondering, like, I mean, I guess if you are like a journalist, right? Or a political activist or a corporate sensitive person, you are managing, if you are like Apple CEO, like a big company CEO at least that has, secrets that your competitors want to get access to. Yeah, I guess like I would get the YubiKey 5C. But me, I just want the, instead of an authenticator app, I just want something physical. Is the 5C NFC key more for like corporate executive with lots of sensitive access, or journalists or political activists, etc. More than for regular people who just want a physical 2FA thing. Like, is it actually useful? In like a general, like in the general life of a developer to have all these protocols? I mean, I already have a separate authenticator with, yeah, so not planning to change. Intuition is basically right. The YubiKey 5 CNSC is more of a power user, enterprise, sysadmin, corporate advanced security key, not necessarily only for executive journalists, but for people who need the key to act as a general purpose cryptographic token. Not just a physical 2FA passkey device. The security is for the normal modern use case. I want a physical key for phishing resistant login. It supports FIDO2 OEDOP, which is exactly what modern device services use for passkey security keys. You know, The more I think about it, the more I think that old people should use the, stuff like this. Actually, because like a lot of old people are just very susceptible to phishing. And old people, the boomers, they hate the passwords. Like, oh, I have to remember my passwords. Oh. You know? At least, voilà, with this, it's, uh, it's a bit better. It's I guess more obvious. Ubiquitously describes the security key. Affordable. Fido only line. Well, the YubiKey 5 adds protocol like PIV smart card. Are only useful in specific workflows. TOTP stored on the key. Probably not since you already use separator. Open PGP. I mean, sometimes I do use PGP. When I have like people messaging me, I think most of it is phishing attempts or phishing scanning or something. They want to see if the person is stupid or something. I often have like those guys that send me email through Zencan or whatever the feedback box saying, "Oh, I have noticed a vulnerability in your website. Uh, please tell me if you want or something." And usually I answer with an encrypted message. I mean, not an encrypted message. I answer with my PGP key, my personal PGP key, and I ask them to use my public key to sign their own message and to send the message through mail. Like real professionals. I expect them to be professionals. So yeah, and usually they don't respond because they just don't care. And I guess they're like, oh, he's too smart, this guy. we want a stupid person to scam. So I do use PGP sometimes, but is it? I mean, I guess it could be useful for this. I have an hotel booked and I got a phishing message with the hotel details and dates, and to put my credit card. Oh wow, that's crazy. Someone might had access to booking.com and stole that information. Ah yeah. Wow. Ah yeah, so there was like a team of hackers that had access, that had a backdoor or something in place, and so they tried to phish the clients. Wow. Crazy. Or maybe they had a backdoor inside the hotel's systems, because I'm pretty sure that if there's between booking.com and a random hotel, I'm pretty sure the random hotel might not have all the security stuff in place, right? Correctly. So maybe they just got inside the servers of the hotel or the computers of the hotel, like they usually hack like hospitals, IT infrastructure very easily sometimes, because they forget to check things, maybe. Yeah. Ah, yeah, wow. Hardware backed GPG commit signing, encrypted email, or package signing. I mean, why not? I guess for the open PGP, there is an argument for me, because I do sometimes use it, and I guess I could use it in the future. It's just that I'm not sure, because the amount of integration there needs to be is pretty high. PIV smart card, mostly corporate smart card login, client certificates, VPNs, enterprise SSO. Ubico OTP challenge response, mostly legacy enterprise password manager niche. Legacy enterprise password manager niche. More compatibility with older systems. Do not support modern FIDO. For your life as a needy dev person, the security is probably the better buy. GitHub supports passkey securities. It's not automatically more secure. For WebOS, FIDO 2, both are doing the important thing, a hardware-bound, phishing-resistant credential. The 5C NFC is more expensive because it does more kinds of authentication, not because your custom logging becomes twice as secure. Yeah. I mean, the only use of the 5C NFC that I could think about something specific is that when random people, not sure if scammers or real, send me emails about I've found a vuln in your website, I usually send them my PGP public key for them to sign their message securely, securely. Is it a word? Securely? Not sure. Securely. Securely? Securely. Is it a real word? In a fix? Yeah, securely. Yeah. Okay. It is a real word. Because they are cyber security pros. I expect them to know how to do this. Well, I guess that would be the main thing. Also, if later I do my startup stuff and I want to have private comms with people, maybe it could be useful for this. But the rest, I guess if I ever get into a company, even my company, the company would just buy the keys. It's just that this is for my personal use. Wait, I now think about something. So that's the only thing I'm thinking about right now, but I'm wondering this PGP feature, does it need integration? Can I work with it on the terminal? What about mail on Linux too? Like not using Windows here. Hop, okay. Alors, yeah, this is the first actually plausible reason for you to consider. With the caveat, the PGP feeder is only useful if you actually want to maintain a real PGP GPG setup. It is not a magic secure email mode. It needs GNU PG key management, and email integration can be annoying. Ah, voilà. The YubiKey 5 series has an open PGP smart card app. It can store separate PGP keys for signing, encryption, decryption, authentication. Compatible PGP software such as the GNU and the private key operation can retire touching the YubiKey. So instead of your private key PGP keys sitting in the file in the sensitive subkeys can live on the YubiKey. Sensitive subkeys can live on the YubiKey. Your computer has a YubiKey. Decrypt this, sign this, and the private key never has to be exportable from your laptop. This is genuinely useful for decrypting vulnerability reports sent to you, signing replies, signing release files, signing git commits, keeping a long-lived identity key safer, having more serious private comms later if startup store gets sensitive. But important correction about your kernel flow: when you send someone your PGP key, that lets them encrypt to you. Does not prove they are a real security researcher. Yes, I know. They will need to sign their message with their own PGP key. Well, yeah, and you will need to some reason to trust that key. For example, it is linked from the domain GitHub. Yeah. So the proper flow is encrypt the vuln. They sign the message with their own private key. You decrypt it with your YubiKey, and you verify their signature against their public key. Yeah, like on their on their platform, whatever. Yeah. Does it work in the terminal? Yes. YubiKey is typically configured through GNU PG. Yubico owns PGP workers. So YubiKey is using OpenPGP usually configuring status, armor, encrypt, decrease something, clear sign, GNU PG, YubiKey manager. This is where it gets to the email clients need OpenPGP integration. Thunderbird has built-in OpenPGP support, replacing the older Enigmail, but smart key depends on Thunderbird's own historical notes move OpenPGP into the core product. It works on Linux. Linux is arguably the best environment, but if you mostly used a Gmail, the experience will not feel seamless. You would probably decrypt signed files locally with JPG, then paste, upload the result. I mean, yeah, it's okay. With this change, you mainly want hardware 2FA passkeys, GitHub, Google, Cloudflare. You seriously want to use the same physical key for PGP, GPG identity? No, I mean, I don't have like. if I become a big deal, you know, a big hat in the in some community at some point, why not? But yeah, I will have the money to pay for even better keys, I guess, then at that time. Better like physical stuff, hardware, signing releases, signing git tags commit later. The 5C NFC is not absurd overkill anymore. Your PGP use case is real, but I will still be honest, PGP email is niche and clunky. Yeah, I mean, I almost never use it. Many random I found about will not actually use it correctly. The more professional rules whatever that would be. Well-known security, yeah. I mean, that's what I do. That's what I do already. Yeah. If money matters, buy 2 security NFC kits first. Oh yeah, what? Okay, okay. Let's go with the 34 € key then. What happens if I lose it? What happens? What's happening when I lose it? Can someone use the lost key? Usually not by itself. For most accounts, the key is only the second factor. A thief will still need to know your username and your password and your physical key. Passkey passwordless login. For passkey passwordless login, the key usually also have a FIDO pin, so the thief would need the pin too. So losing it is not like losing a password written on paper. The bigger risk is you locking yourself out, not someone instantly hacking you. Can you still access your accounts? That depend on whether you prepared backups. Security key A, daily key. Security B, backup key stored safely. Authenticator app kept as fallback were allowed. For important accounts like Google, GitHub, NPM, Cloudflare, Password Manager, PayPal, you should register at least 2 security keys. Oh la la. If you only have 1 key and lose it, then account recovery depends on the platform. If you have a backup, easy, login, remove lost key. You have recovery codes. Ah, voilà. Yeah, they do give you recovery codes. Recovery codes. But aren't the recovery codes? I mean, yeah, I guess it's less easy to get phished by someone asking you the recovery codes. Well, yeah, it's weird. You still have TOTP fallback, usually okay. You have another logged in device session, often okay, add remove method. You have no fallback at all. You may be locked out. Recovery can be slow or impossible. So the real answer is 1 key is good security, but bad resilience. 2 keys is a proper setup. What you should do after buying it, when you receive it, register it on your most important account. Save each account recovery code somewhere offline. Keep your existing authenticator app as fallback where possible. Ideally buy a second security key later and register it everywhere too. Name them clearly in account settings. If you lose the key, do this immediately. Login using backup key to OTP. No. Recovery code existing session. Remove the lost key from every account. Add a replacement key. Regenerate recovery code. Change password only if you think the key was stolen together with your passwords. Do not rely on a single hardware key. The best value setup is not 170 key, but 234 security keys. Oh. I mean, nowadays, there is this concept of taking a phone or a PC itself as the key. Is it similar? Seems newer than the YubiKey thing. I haven't eaten. Now I'm hungry. I forgot to eat. I'm gonna take some stuff to eat real quick. I'm not going to eat for full, but yeah, I need to take some grains, some, how do you call that? Some nuts. I'm gonna take some nuts. Hop. Alors, yes, it is similar, same familiar technology, but different form factor and threat model. The model concept is usually called a passkey. Ah, yeah. Passkey can live in a phone, a laptop, a password manager, physical hardware, key like YubiKey. Under the hood, passkeys use video, public key keep cryptography. The service stores the public key. Your device keeps the private key. Attends, l'ami. Oh! Why is it so loud? Ba 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 ba. No. But maybe the YubiKeys are less hackable, I guess, right? Because a phone can be hacked. Mhm. 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 Yeah, but basically, whether you have a YubiKey or not, if your PC gets hacked, it can still do everything that is described here. Logged in browser sessions, read emails, steal cookies, like, because like, you're not going to use your YubiKey every time you open a browser or every time, like, yeah. Hmm. Hmm. It's just that I guess. Hmm. Because if the malware is in the PC and it goes to npm or to PyPy and it wants to make a release or something, I guess it can still like manipulate the mouse or the cursor or something and to validate the passkey on the device if it's inside. But to validate the, yeah. And if it has access to the password manager of the on the machine, that might have like a token. Mm. Then YubiKey is useful. Yeah. Much less hackable, especially remotely. But it has different weaknesses. Mm. Mm. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, everything you can do, huh? Everything you can do to make it more secure, but I have my passkey inside my password manager, one password, yeah. I mean, yeah. It's just that, bon, with everything, the best is just to not get hacked. If you don't get hacked, usually um, the cryptographic stuff works. So as long as you're not hacked, all is fine. The problem is that you can be hacked. You know, like in the last few years, there's been affairs that have shown that like basically any state actor or private actor sometimes can get their hands on some 0 day or just yeah, sometimes commercial you know, malware that they can pay to infect any phone, to infect any Windows PC, or I guess also Linux PCs or Mac PCs if they need to, you know? And of course, if the intelligence agencies are aware of that, I'm sure some random Russian hacker or Chinese hacker might also be aware of that and can have access to this if they want, you know? So, but things do get hacked. That's the problem. Yeah, physical key might be harder to hack. Yeah, I mean it's almost impossible to hack, you know, because there is no like entry point, and the attack surface is way smaller. I mean, there's no attack surface. It's just like the the firmware that makes the cryptographic signing. That's the only entry point you have, you know. But of course, on the phone, you have the Wi-Fi, the mail, the, you know, the cloud, the SIM, the websites, the servers, the fucking, you know, relays or whatever. We are not VIP people. Yeah, right. That's right. Like, if I was a VIP, yeah, I would get a key. But I'm not VIP. Maybe if I become VIP, I will get a key. Yeah. You know, I'm like, and I guess my security practices are good enough, you know, that I guess I don't need that. And also, I guess most of the everyone can get hacked things is mostly when you are yourself a target of some intelligence agencies, you know? Or, yeah, like you are a very rich person or person who have lots of secrets or whatever. Yeah, then you are VIP and you should. But should anyone use the UB key? Well, I guess UB key will tell you, oh yeah, you need to buy our stuff, you know? But really? I'll read for 5 minutes. Yeah, okay. Don't worry. I mean, it's just that I guess it's the UB key is the best option for people who have bad security practices, like the boomers that complain about having to remember their password, you know, like people like this. Yeah, I guess a UB key would probably benefit them, you know? But for most like tech savvy people who know how these things work, I'm not sure. And who are not VIP. Yeah. Mm. Bon, maybe I should first make sure everything works here. before finishing. Alors, Xpapa Arch. Okay. Bon, let's do a general review. Do a general review of the current state of the repo. I'm getting close to making the first release. Is everything good? First release and making the repo public and publishing this first release on PyPy and npm and AUR. Nothing is like, not everything is ready yet, but still, is everything good for this? Nothing missing. Inspect maybe, or like private info. Bon, maybe I should look, the wonderful mongoose working animated font glyph. Isn't that great? Oh yeah, why is there this particularly to overwrite? Why is this generated? It shouldn't generate that. Wait a minute. Let's keep this for readme readiness license, etc. Actually, first of all, why is there stuff like this being generated? I think this is anomalous, because they don't hold any fonts like glyph samples. So why are they here? Like the installed glyph fonts would be for installed like glyph fonts that have a purpose, that like display glyphs that render something, whether one of the 4 types of glyphs we have on the app. What is going on with this? I've already asked about it before, but it didn't actually answer in a proper way. So now I'm pushing. Back coaches to tomorrow. Yeah, okay. I think the more vulnerable aspect on security is the software we install. Well, yeah, but there is also, like, a few months, years ago, I heard about like the fact that there was a big like journalistic release, like news something, where basically it turns out that several journalists in France have been put under heavy surveillance and their phones have been completely hacked by some other governments, especially the Algerian government or maybe the French government, because these governments, I mean, it was not said about the French government, but implied, because if it's possible, maybe the French government will do something, will actually use it the same way, maybe not to surveil French journalists, but other people around the world. And all these governments were all buying a software that was sold by an Israeli company. I think it was called Pegasus or something. Uh, and this software basically allowed any actor to hack a phone just by having the phone number, I think. You just needed to have the phone number, and then you could just hack the phone. And you had full access to what the phone of the, like, you had full access to the apps on the phone, the files, the photos, everything that the apps were going. You could even have like a screen capture, like fully zero zero click, with this. So what can you do against this? You can't do anything, against these kinds of attacks. And these kinds of attacks exist because, but now, of course, I guess since it has been revealed, the vulnerabilities have been patched. Some of the ones that were used in the older versions of this software were patched, but maybe they found some new ones, you know? Certainly. So yeah, like, you know, software is has gotten so complex that you cannot truly, like, if someone with means, right, like governments, an intelligence agency or whatever, wants to target you, they will be able to, basically. That's just, you have to tell yourself that. And I guess, yeah, the only recourse from that is that, yeah, maybe if you have a YubiKey or something that they can't have access to from a distance, then yeah, you I guess you can prevent them from doing certain triggers, that are gated by the YubiKey, I guess. But like, they can still get on your phone. They can still see everything, uh, you know, if they want to. And the fact that you can hide your camera or whatever is completely irrelevant, right? Because They don't care about looking at you in the camera if they can access all the files on your phone with the zero click attack, you know? So yeah, sometimes you know, and like since I know this, I'm like I have a weird relationship with security because in a way, yeah, it's useful to prevent the lowest attacks. Like like security best practices are useful to not get hacked by like the kind of hackers that just use the CVEs and target millions of servers or devices all at once, or printers or something. Yeah, okay, you can. It's useful to have security practices to not fall for that, and to not have like a crypto miner installed in your server or something. Yeah, for sure. But for everything that is like related to you, it's pretty hard, huh? Like personal, like your own personal life and stuff, like getting into your phone, getting into your PC. I mean, you know but it's just that I guess it's important that the most important triggers, such as publishing a release on a library that is used a lot by lots of people. Yeah, the fact that you cannot publish a new release without a YubiKey, yeah, it can objectively prevent, I guess, a lot of the supply chain attacks that we're seeing. Um, it's just that of course it becomes way less convenient, right? Because nowadays, I guess developers are used to, you know, publishing, pushing the commits, pushing the release every day or something sometimes, and it gets automatically run into the CI pipeline or whatever. Maybe it shouldn't be like that. Maybe before pushing to the CI, there should be, a YubiKey every time. I guess that would be the safe route for most people. But most people don't do that, I guess. And maybe they should, you know? The thing I was thinking are those free small apps to install. Ah, yes, also. Yeah, also maybe, but that's, yeah. Yeah, probably. But most of the real life, attacks against people, where people's phones are hacked, you don't need to install an app. They can just, if they decide to target you, it's done. Like Pegasus was like that. Like all the journalists that got surveilled by like the Algerian government or something, uh, they never knew that they were being like monitored like that. It was completely invisible, right? They didn't have to install anything. It's just it's on the other side. They press a button and you get hacked, and that's how and it works. Hello, you have to flag it. Those are still install artifacts, no active project fonts. What's happening? The home currently stand, huh? Without filtering by good sample presence. Install naming is prefix using the manifest folder slugs with temp project. Becomes from your machine, but the arrive this came from temp manifest. Those temp dirs are gone, so the UI can't load glyph sample txt from manifest and falls back to the TTF CMAP probing, but if that yields empty in your empty physical car, you get the anomalous install but no manifest sample. So they're real installed files, but often from DT temp project, which is why they don't behave like expected. You can remove these often and then patch the scanner. So often no sample don't appear. Yes, do that. You know, like it's like it's like the news a few years ago that Angela Merkel was like actually entirely monitored at all times by the Americans, by the CIA, you know? Um I mean, yeah. And it came as a shock, you know, because oh, what? Our ally is monitoring us? Well, yeah. You know? The US monitors everyone. Friends, enemies, neutral, like everyone. Stop playing. But at the same time, why were those files there in the first place? Usually, before deleting a project, I uninstall it. I install the fonts. Why did those uninstallations not erase those weird files? I'll try to uninstall machine ready to pinpoint exactly why those stems weren't selected for removal. Then I map that to your uninstall view for deleting workflow. Well, yeah. While it's working, I will install Antics on my Inspiron. Since it doesn't have any battery, I need to plug it in. I wonder if I can get a new battery for this. Battery. Oh yeah, fuck. I'm afraid to show my address. Battery Inspiron Mini 10 11. Oh. Oh wow. They do sell those. Look at this. $26. Euros. That's pretty fine. Inspiron 1010, 1011, that's mine. Wow. It's not that expensive. Maybe I should buy several when I have some spare money. So they are still making them. Wow. This is crazy if you think about it. This is a set. How old is this? 2009. This is like 17 years old laptop. And they are still making batteries for this. That's crazy. Isn't that crazy? Battery specialist, yeah. 3 euro delivering. That's cool. I'm impressed. I'm wondering. Well, first, they were there because they were installed from different project context than when you were installing concrete evidence for your machine. Those files had the metadata put it to manifest. I don't know. While your normal installed in remove and separate project scope, it loads the current manifest only remove is installed. If a font was installed from a temp project and that project is gone, and installing from another project won't match it yet. Before my patch, the home install font card scan all TTF, so this trace still appeared. So this wasn't your uninstall filling. It was often installed from separate temporary. Okay. Now they're gone. Right. Yes. Voilà. Now I have the glorious Amogus. The glorious. Ooh. Okay. I am in the BIOS. I'm in the Inspiron BIOS. Yes, I want to boot from used to expand all F6 F4. Voilà. Okay. Now maybe I should have just done. Wait. Maybe F12 actually. Maybe F12? F12. Boot options. Maybe. Right? Yes. USB storage. Our antics. Let's go. It is antixing. It is officially. Look at the viewing angles of this motherfucker. You see those crazy ass bad viewing angle? That's 2009 screens for you. Look at those fucked up viewing angles. Damn. Oh, what did I do? Oh fuck! I had to check. Oh no! Wait. No, I wanted to select. Ah! I showed you, and then the selection menu selected without me actually choosing. This is so sad, guys. Yes, I know. USB storage. Okay, what do I want? Antiques. Full boot option. Runit, 6v-nit, dinit, tt, save video, virtual box video, fail save boot, boot on memory test. Switch to grub bootloader. But I don't know what to choose. I don't know what to choose. I think I had like another codex session about this. Ah, there's a new version. Yeah. Full runit, 6v init, dinit, 21st March 2026. 7 hours ago. Okay, that's my antiques stuff. Yeah, okay. Let me send to myself a little screenshot. Oh, it's so reflective. Yeah. I can see myself. It's like a mirror. Okay. Okay, which option should I choose? Booting the Antiques ISO on the Inspiron right now. Alors, choose the first option. March, that's the normal default live boot. If it fails to display properly or hangs, reboot and pick save video mode. Ah, mais no, wait. Maybe I also have another ChatGPT conversation. Wait a minute, just in case there's something private. DevOS. Ah, voilà. Hmm? Hmm? Alors, choose. Hop. So this is what the Antiques installation menu looks like on the Dell Inspiron Mini. Wonderful. Alors, this is the normal live boot. To use that first. Before pressing enter, you can optionally do this. Ah, before pressing enter? Yeah, language, French, time zone. Yeah, that's right. Language. No, language I want. English. Time zone. Time zone. I want Paris. F4, F6. Choose. Desktop. GBN or Min if available. For machine, the lightest good choice is Min GWM. Oh yeah, there's a lot of. Whoa. So weird. For the F6 desktop, there are a lot of options, including font sizes. Why? So, do I select min GWM here? Why are there so many? Uh, Antix is designed for weird old low RAM machines, so it lets you choose the desktop session before booting. ISW light comfortable, GWM lighter simpler, Fluxbox light old school minimal, Herbs to left WM tiling Windows Manager, Rocks use Rock desktop file manager feature ZZZZ, plain window manager without extra desktop layer. Oh. Minimal session, fewer extras auto start. Inspirons, min GWM, lightest reasonable choice. GWM, still very light, a bit more normal. Min ISW, very good compromise. ISW. Sorry. ISWM, nicer default, still lightweight. Though, what about the font sizes? Those are just boot time display scaling option. NTX runs on tiny netbooks, old monitors, low-res screens, bad eyesight setups. So it exposes font scaling directly in the boot menu. You can ignore them unless that it was more to use. Okay. Alors, choose min GWM. Okay. Okay. It feels too bare or ugly. Reboot and try min ISWM or ISWM. Okay. Tell me the RAM Rex. The RAM CPU Rex of min GWM. GWM min ISWM and ISWM. Persist. What is persist? F4. Whoa. Invert password. Hardware clock. Yeah. Disable check MD5. Auto mount. Oh, is it to install it on like a boot drive? Like a USB stick? You can install in Antix? Mais no. I mean, that's what an ISO is. So, but can you do that, but like with persistence? Maybe. Isn't that what Tails is about? But there are no clean official per session CPU RAM requirements. 512 recommended minimum. one for Antiques X full. So the table below is a practical estimate. Older antiques test measured plain GWM around 38 megabytes. Ah, yeah. And ISWM around 40 megabytes for the window manager layout. Still, but that is not the whole OS session. Another old NTX report. So min GWM around 68 megabytes and a fuller ISWM session around 89 megabytes. Old version, old measurement style, not NTX. Antiques 26. Approximate real world idle expectation on your machine. Min GWM, yeah, probably 1 to 200 or something megabytes. WM, yeah. Yeah, it's still pretty small. Heavier because desktop file manager layer is active. Okay, let's do up. I starting loading Linux kernel. We are loading the Linux kernel. Oh, I have a dead pixel here. Dead. It did. Yeah. Like something pierced through the monitor, the screen. Okay, it's installing. Oh wow. I'm wondering how you would take notes in these kinds of in this, like if I would bring that to somewhere. I guess I just use a txt file. I mean, whatever they have as txt file. Text editor in antiques. Hello Yannick, how are you? Hello Yannick, hello Nat. How are you? Hello. I'm installing antiques on my old Inspiron from 2009. I don't know why, but yesterday I had a frenzy about reviving my old laptops. So I installed Endeavor OS on my old T420 ThinkPad. I also revived this old Inspiron Mini from 2009 that doesn't have a battery, as you see. And I also bought a new ThinkPad today. Look at this that I got here 20 minutes ago. What? Really? No way. I thought you both you both posted at the same time. When did you post? Really? When did you post this? Oh yeah, it was 10 minutes ago. Ah, sorry, I didn't. It's because I had my headset off, right? Maybe so I didn't hear. That's why. Yes, because I took my Inspiron, my old Dell. Sorry, Yannick. I told you if I was gay, Petit would love me, you know. But unfortunately, for Petit, I'm not. Yes, that's right. So stop to look at my butt. No, I can't. Sorry. This is impossible. You cannot ask something that is not possible, Nat, you know? Yes, you love the nerd guys. Yeah. Mm-hmm. For sure. Why did you think I bought a third ThinkPad? Now I'm becoming like the ThinkPad girls, you know, or the ThinkPad fanboys and the ThinkPad people, you know? I bought a T480 this afternoon. Voilà. I am guilty. But it's a real it's a pretty good. It was a pretty good. It was a pretty good deal. You know, it's a used ThinkPad from 2018. Guys, let me introduce you to the to to the R no to the T. So first, let me introduce you to the mighty clit or nipple, more casually, but the real ones call it the clit. Okay, you know, voilà. So on our ThinkPad, if you if you if you type T for AT, voilà. Wait, I'm looking for a specific one that has a lot of votes. Wait, that's not the one I want. Voilà. Voilà. The T480 has developed a bit of a cult following that makes it cost more than it probably should. This is also true, but not that true, actually, because there's so many of those. It's a nice computer, but T14, blah, blah, blah. Yes, also, it's a bit few years newer, but it's a bit less customizable and upgradable. Never heard that term. ThinkPad girls. No, it's just that I heard. Attends. I saw a post. I mean, ThinkPad girls, ThinkPad femboys, you know? A girl and her ThinkPads. Voilà. I was thinking about this post, you know? Starting in front, we have my T480. And then I have, and I actually, funnily enough, and even though I didn't plan for this, I have like those two I have now. Because I just bought today the T480, and I also have the T420, which is an older one that I actually bought 10 years ago because it was back then a good deal and for the power and upgradability of the ThinkPads. And it's true that the keyboard is pretty cool. Basically, she's explaining all of her ThinkPad. I'm like her now, slowly. Last stream, Yannick Petit showed me a bed with a Naruto bedsheet and he said, "Here is where I will do you a real man," or something like this. Yes, this is true. This guy is starting to be crazy. Attends, I'm doing several things at once. Yes, this really happened. This really happened. So first, Nat said, "Oh yeah, you will bring you want to date because we were talking about dating and stuff." And I said, "Yeah, you know, I like the guy that ghosted me. He seemed to be a bit like a nerd like me, so I was interested and whatever." And then he said, "Oh yeah, you were going to bring him to this bed and say, 'This is where I'm gonna deal with you.'" And so I said, "Yes, my bed looks just like that, of course." Very romantic, yeah. Oh yeah, and I said you're going to feel the power of my, what is the name of this? Of my Rasenkan. Hey boy, you're going to feel the power of my Rasenkan tonight, you know? Voilà. This is how I talk, you know? This is dirty talk. Oh, it's there. Oh yeah, but I guess is it the live ISO thing? How does that work? Software installer. Wait. Software installer. Enter your password. I don't have a password. What? But what? Bon, French dirty talk. So not that. Maybe not. Yes, Yannick, I lied. Yeah, he lied. Yeah. But now I'm becoming even more nerdy because now I'm getting into ThinkPads. Let me introduce you to my. So, look, on the R ThinkPads, people are taking these kinds of photos, Voilà, because they love their ThinkPads. And it turned out that the T480 is actually the last great ThinkPad, you know? Um, where did I see this? T480. Wait. Oh, did I know she actually got. Oh, yeah. Attends. Why? Where did I find this? And I says, why is everyone's favorite? And it turns out that it is because it's the last ThinkPad that was like fully upgradable and with an external swappable battery that have been cancelled on the ones that came after. So the T480 is from 2018. And the ones that came after, they didn't have the external battery, the after models. Why are you doing this? Why not? Because this is cool. Because this is a piece of collection. This is about being a collector, And I love to. It turns out when I bought my ThinkPads, my first ThinkPad, my T420, like 8 years ago or something. I also bought it because it was a good cheap laptop that was actually going to be able to last long, and so yeah, I thought about this again yesterday and I was like, oh, what is the current ThinkPad that everybody's buying, because there's a lot of spare parts and repairability, and and you can upgrade everything very easily, and you can put a big ass supplementary battery to make it last like for 3 days if you want. Well, there's only one. It's the T480. The T480 is the best for that. And I think this is great, And this is basically it's a piece of history, It's a piece of collection. So they say, I don't remember. There is I wanted to show you an actual comment I saw, but I don't remember. Like somebody wrote somewhere that basically the T480 was the last real ThinkPad or something. I don't remember where I saw this. That's why I bought it. And basically, it turns out that in terms of raw upgradability and spare parts availability, like there's almost nothing that compares to the T480. And also, like, there is a big community of tutorials, of, a big community of modding the T480, and it's been there for a few years already, and it's probably going to continue. I hate my T480. Why do you hate? Because the batteries. No. The batteries, the Genesis sucks. Oh yeah, I mean, people have problems with their batteries sometimes. Yeah. That's why it's good that you can swap it, because maybe, But outside of the battery, I mean, it's like the batteries are good for everybody else. The batteries are bad with this one as the other ones, but it's the only one with the double battery. You're considering a T480, and it's so cheap. So I bought this one. Originally, I went to the shop to buy something cheaper. Attends, let me show you my glorious ThinkPad in all of its might. Okay. I actually was planning to buy a rather cheap T480, so same model, but with an average CPU and no graphics card embedded, and 8 gigabytes of RAM for 200 euros. But, and 256 SSD. But it's all upgradable. So later, if I want to transform it into a 32 gigs RAM DDR4, I can. If I want to put 2 terabytes SSD NVMe, I can. If I want to, I can't add a GPU. If I want to change the batteries and add bigger battery, I can. And that's why people love it so much. And because it has the nipple or the clit, on the keyboard. And the build quality is pretty good also. It's all magnesium. You can see the external battery here. This is a medium external battery, but you can get a bigger one. And it turns out that on the shop, so it's a refurbished, right, ThinkPad. When I came into the shop, I saw a second ThinkPad T480 that was actually the one with the highest CPU on this model that people usually get to max out the T480. Like a lot of people who have, so on the T480, there are E5 or E7. Most people get the E5 8th generation, and you need to avoid the 7th generation because they're very weak. Most people have an i5, and it's mostly the same as the i7 in terms of performance. But the i7 usually has a portable little NVIDIA graphics card that allows you to do some 3D work. And there's also better thermals. So it means that, the PC is cooler. But the CPU is the same. It's the same wattage. So you don't lose that much. And basically it was for 300 euros. So I was like, damn. And the thing is, the most people who get a T480 like me to keep it for a long time and to, like upgrade it, keep it as a piece of collection, as a baby, as a baby. Most people at some point want to swap. Most people at some point who have a T480, they want to max it out. So what they do is they switch the motherboard from the i5 motherboard to an i7 motherboard to max out the capabilities of the laptop, because this is like the highest you can get with the T480 without getting crazy. And so when I saw this, I was like, maybe I can get from the get-go the maxed out motherboard that all the people are getting after a few years, and just for 100 euro more. And I can get, and also the one thing that made me decide is that they told me that this was actually a brand new battery, 93% capacity, and the other one was not like brand new external battery. It doesn't have an internal battery though, but I guess those are the ones that die most often, so that's why, and they're a bit more expensive. Uh, so I was like, bon, I guess I need to pay the price. And also the cheaper one was a bit more used. You can feel that the trackpad was used a lot. On the ThinkPads, everything becomes shiny and stuff. So I decided to take the more expensive one at 300 euro. But it's not that bad. Look, this is let me show you. This is the CPU that I have now. 6000 CPU mark. This is my my Intel Celeron. This is from this one, my old from 2009. This is the CPU mark. Just to give you in perspective. This is my CPU of my previous laptop before I changed and upgraded to my new crazy stuff. And this is the CPU of my modern ThinkPad. I'm buying too much ThinkPads, but I'm stopping now. I can't buy more, but I just had to. So it's not like that crazy. And if you want a cheap laptop that you can actually use for productivity and even some light 3D stuff, 300 euros, for like for this amount of CPU mark, and everything is upgradable. So it means that you can actually keep it for longer. If you want, you can even, like, people have been putting 64 gigabytes of RAM on this bad boy DDR4 and and up to 2 terabytes NVMe, even though theoretically it's only 1 terabyte NVMe, but in practicality you can actually go to 2 terabytes. It's just that back then 2 terabytes NVMe were not a thing. But pretty good. So yeah, 4 threads, 15 watts. I know I'm happy about this. Single thread. Single thread is not that bad, huh? It's not that bad. And this is 8 years. 8 years old. You can actually do stuff with this. Like, people are daily driving it. People are daily driving the T480. Like the girls and her ThinkPad. No. The girls and her ThinkPads. She says she's actually daily driving it. Oh yeah, she has 4. Oh yeah, I'm wondering if I should also maybe try Hackintosh, like to put a hacked Mac, just to test my apps on Mac. But I'm not sure if it's compatible with the ARM CPUs of nowadays that the current Macs are optimized for, I guess. But I'm wondering, if it would be actually possible. Like on her T480, she has Arch, FreeBSD, macOS, and Windows. I mostly use macOS. That's funny. I just enjoy these kinds of nerdiness, in people. This is the T480 actually. This is same as mine. This is the T420. I also have this one. And I completely, I was not now I'm a ThinkPad expert. No, I'm not a ThinkPad expert, but I'm starting to become maybe an initiated ThinkPad owner now, because now I have 3 ThinkPads, including 2 old ones now. I have the T420, and it does have this keyboard feels very nice to type on, And the funny thing about this specific model, is that today it still goes for like used. When I looked at the used ones around Ile-de-France, in Paris region, this one still goes at 200 euros, even though I remember very clearly 10 years ago, I also bought it for 200 euros. So I think that's funny that the price like basically stayed the same. This is interesting, I think, right? But there are lots of those, so it's probably not going to become like a collection piece, or it's never going to be worth a million. But it's funny that it keeps its 200 euros. It's a bit like the keyboard is pretty. It's a nice. I don't know. I like it. It's retro. Oh, this one is super old. It's even older. What is this? An A30. I don't even know what this is about. Oh yeah, so she has. What is this? Windows 98 or something? Intel Pentium. Oh, yeah. Damn. Like this is retro computing. Retro computing here. And she hates this one. What is this one? The X100E. But I guess she should actually put the same kind of, because she says it's slow as hell. I think she should put the same kind of stuff that I put on this one, which is an Antix Linux distro for low powered machines. But it's very small. It's funny. Voilà, 1 gigabyte. It's funny. So yeah, I'm becoming a ThinkPad enthusiast, unfortunately. I need to stop buying now because I can't now anymore. But I don't know why. I wanted to, It's just that like I know I'm going to keep this forever. I'm going to keep the ThinkPad forever, I'm going to keep it forever. It's going to be forever my baby now. Voilà. That's why. I don't have boyfriends, but I have ThinkPads. Voilà. That's the title of the stream. Because my heart is hollow, I feel the void with ThinkPads. Voilà. I'm feeling my empty heart with retro computing. You're the nerd equivalent to a cat lady. Yes! Exactly. Yes. Look, I'm not alone. Look at this guy. He's probably like just like me. He's probably just like me, Look at all these ThinkPads. Wow. That's a lot of clits here. That's a lot of clits around here, Voilà. While he can't get the clits, he still gets some, Voilà. Look at those nice, almost mechanical. Sometimes they must be mechanical for the older ones. Like actually mechanical. It's funny. Look at this bad boy. The older like ThinkPads had actually like, desktop mechanical keyboards. That's funny, I think. Look at this. In a few years. This will be me in a few years, guys. Okay. Look, so attends, I want to see what he has. Voilà, T480. Yeah, so he has the i5, which is also a good CPU. I mean, similar to my i7. It's just that he doesn't have the GPU. And at some point, He's probably going to think, maybe I should max out my T480 by swapping the motherboard to an i7 MX150 GPU motherboard, you know? And then, that's exactly what I won't need to do because I already have this motherboard. Because I just, I just saw it in the shop and he was just calling to me, please, Petit, buy me, please, please. Look, I have a fancy GPU from 2018 that is not that powerful and you can only play Minecraft. But look, wow, so good. And you won't have to upgrade. You won't have to upgrade the motherboard. And you have 16 gigabytes of RAM instead of 8. In the RAM apocalypse, this is good, right? Yes, so I answered. I answered the call of the ThinkPad and I said, yes, ThinkPad, you are right. You are right. I trust you with my life now. I just need to make sure that the critical firmware update that breaks all the T480 because of a bad firmware of the Thunderbolt 3 charging thing is actually updated and upgraded, and I did check it out and it was correctly upgraded and updated. And because I bought it in a shop, I have 1 year warranty also. It's good. For the price included. It's pretty good. You know? I'm pretty satisfied. ChatGPT said it's a good unit. When I asked ChatGPT, what test should I do to make sure everything is fine and the SSD works and the battery works and the CPU works and the RAM works and the Thunderbolt firmware update has been done. I ran all the tests, and then at the end he said, "It's a good unit. Look, Petit. This T480 that you bought with an i7, it's a good unit. It's a good unit. You did it like it was not a once in a lifetime deal, but it was pretty worth it. Well, you know, you did a good job here. It's okay." Nerd, yes, nerd. I'm wondering if I'm adding to my dating profile, to my Tinder profile, proud owner, proud father of 2 ThinkPads, proud father of a T420 and a T480. Like to flex a little bit. To have all the guys on the app say, "Wow, damn." He has a T420, damn, from 2013. Wow. That's pretty cool, And wow, he has a maxed out motherboard of the a version of the T480. Damn. He's not like he's cooking. This guy's cooking, he know what to do in life, he's a serious guy. Damn, maybe if you put virgin, they will know that you're thinking about father. Et look, voilà. Bon, unfortunately, I can't put that because I did touch a woman once in my life. But yeah, theoretically speaking, if I didn't have my first girlfriend, I could have said, proud father of a T420 and T480, and never touched a woman. Yeah, that would be, yeah, that would have been funny. But unfortunately, it's not true. But it would have been funny to put that into my dating profile. And at some point, like, I'm just going to put everything because since all the dates, how many dates did I do this month? I mean, since late April. 5. 50. No, 5. I did 5. 5 dates. It's not working. When it's not working, it's not working. It's not working, the dating, but my ThinkPads, they are working, you know? At least there's one thing working in my life. If not the dating, at least the ThinkPad. Isn't that great, guys? I think this is great. And now my Inspiron also works with Antix, but I don't know, like, what should I do? Demo? Ah, that's the password. Demo. No. What the fuck is the password then? Oh. Ah, yeah, that's the password. Hmm. Okay. Attends, wait. Voilà. I wanted to present to you my new ThinkPad. Because I'm pretty happy. And I also discovered, and I think I'm also going to try to add Antix Linux. This is like an ISO for old software, old hardware that have very low RAM, like 1 GB RAM, like my Intel Celeron. No, it's not Celeron. Intel Inspiron. You know. And so maybe I'm gonna try to revive my Microsoft Surface. I have a Microsoft Surface Gen 1. This thing. And it was pretty nice to... I mean, no, it didn't have this. It had the shitty... Ah oui, non, voilà. Ah oui, this was the laptop. I had the... No, the Surface. The Surface. Surface. The Surface. Not the Surface laptop. The Surface. SC? No. It's not... It's not... It was not the Surface Go. Surface Book? Where is my Surface? Surfaced first. Microsoft Surface. Voila, this thing. I had this with the weird like stuff like that. 2019. I know. Surface Pro X. Family. Ah, voilà, it was the RT, I guess. Surface RT. Hybrid tablet, yes. Voilà, and then they did the real ones. Mine was not a real one. Voilà, 2012. That's when I got my... That's when I graduated from high school. 2012. Ah, yeah. Fuck. Look at this. I'm wondering if I can... Yeah, so it's like my 420. 420. Maybe I can... So how many RAM do I have on this? 2 gigabytes. DDR3. Yeah. Ah, it has a quad core. Interesting. A quad core ARM. How does that? Quad core. Cortex A9. Oh, it's not listed. ARM Cortex. I'm playing with the llama. Something are just very dumb. Really? What is dumb? Cortex A9. God damn it! What? A8? No. A12? No. But why? Why can't I find the 2.5 7B? It just really sucks. I had a Quen 2.5. Yeah. Oh yeah, it will suck. It really sucks. Yeah. Don't like. You need to run the 3.5, huh? The 2.5, especially if they are the same size. It means that they are not even like more efficient or whatever. They are just older gen. They are less optimized. Very fast, but are they like? Is the 2.5 7B faster than the 3.5 7B for you? I'm wondering. Very fast. Really, it's faster. Interesting, because I just thought whether it's fast or not mostly depended on the number of parameters, not the generation. Interesting. That I think so. It's better but lazy. Ah yes. Ah yes. So I guess okay. Yeah, 3.5 and 2.5 might be the same speed. It's just that 3.5 takes a lot of time to think, right? But it's like 100% better. Yeah, I mean I can understand. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I see. Mm. I mean, yeah, the thinking models are just the easy way that the labs found to just increase the benchmarks. Me, why can't I find? Oh, A9. I want to see the benchmark, CPU mark. Me, why can't I find it? I will try one called Lunaris. Oh, is it a custom made fine tune or something? Oh. Oh, that's why the Surface sucked so much, because yeah, it used the phone CPU. I mean, how many? It's still a quad core, so it's not that bad. The chip series developed by NVIDIA for mobile devices. Tegra and the ARM architecture, CPU, graphics processing unit, GPU. Arctegra SoC. What does that? Can I find it? Arctegra. Oh yeah. Arctegra 3 T3? No. Mm. Ah, pas smart. Wait. Unisoc, nanana. Unisoc. Huh? Comparison of characteristics. CPU mark. It can't work on CPU mark? Where is the Cortex? Cortex. Mais this is not like... Eh? I don't understand. Cortex A9. And let's say what is the T420 specs? Yeah. 400. They're crazy. People are crazy. Is it because it's actually going up in price now because it's so old? What's going on? 4. Yeah, mine also has 4. Yeah, I think this is the one I have. Why this price? Dude, I bought it for 200 euros 10 years ago. Yeah, it's the same shitty resolution. Why? Is it becoming a collectible now? There's been so many of those. How can it be truly collectible? Yeah. Yeah, so voila. Yeah, it's just weak. The T480 is three times the power of the T420, which is fair since it's like 5 years newer. Where can I find Cortex ARM? Cortex Core Mark. What is Core Mark? What is this? I need CPU mark, pass mark. CPU mark, pass mark, pass mark. CPU, Apple. No, this is not. Is this mobile? No, this is 2012. Oh, Apple A9. 230. Overclocked. Pass mark result. No. Low-end CPUs. Cortex. Yeah, but it's all the ones I saw before. A90. Putain. So let's just ask ChatGPT. Why can't I find any CPU mark, pass mark results for the I've searched everywhere, and I've only found weird like smartphone benchmark. I'm seeking for to compare it because it's in my old Surface RT device. Microsoft and I would like to know what I can do with it. It's a quad core. It's also mixed with NVIDIA Tegra or something. Not sure how it works. A7. Did they change the name? MediaTek. It is based on the older Cortex A9 architecture. Ah, is it not the name of the actual CPU? I'm not working on my project. I'm just doing my obsession of last night again. I just want to revive. I just have an innate urge to Frankenstein revive my old devices that I've kept in my closet for 15 years, and now I'm like, this is the moment to wake up. This is the moment to wake you all up. I will summon your computing power, my geo devices that I've stored for the last 15 years of my life. Now is the time to stand and to wake up. Alors, you cannot find a clean, mostly because it is not a real consumer CPU. It is a CPU core design, not the full chip. And your Surface RT has an NVIDIA Tegra 3 SoC, not a standard. Microsoft listed as simply quad-core Tegra. Tom's Hardware identified the Surface RT chip as likely the Tegra 3 T30L. The internal structure is roughly the NVIDIA Tegra 3 T30L 4X, so quad-core, ARM Cortex A9 performance cores. Oh, so they themselves, they assembled the CPU in a weird way. So they put the quad core of an ARM Cortex A9 at 1.3 gigahertz, and plus one low power companion Cortex A9 core at up to 500 megahertz. And NVIDIA GeForce ULP GPU memory controller, video media block. The fifth core is not a normal fifth performance core. It is a low power companion core used for background and idle style work. The OS mostly sees the four main cores. Tom's Hardware described Tegra 3 as 4 Cortex A9 cores plus a companion core, with the companion core transparent to the OS. Pass mark 1, so maybe I should check. Wait. Maybe I should check for yeah, I should check. Fuck. Attends, Tegra. Oh. CPU, mark, pass mark. Pass mark CPU mark 370. Oh, wow. That's very low. That's bigger than my Inspiron. That's very low. Alex, there is a guy called Gunther Fellinger, and I think you'd love him. Really? Let's look at it. No. He looks like the he sounds like the like the German guy that does like the TikToks, like, what, you can't say this, what, you are doing this like this, no, stop it, what are you saying, this is not how it works, you know he's some economics playing Art of Iron 4 all day, really, some economist, uh oh really, that's funny. Uh, Chairman of the committee for NATO enlargement. Wow. Oh yeah, nice. Attends, I want to see popular. Ah ouais, this is this one. Oh, it's long. Oh, he's like a European enthusiast, right? He wants to enlarge the EU and NATO and whatever, right? He's like in France there's a group of young guys, young like students and stuff that are calling themselves the young Europeans. Les jeunes Européens, and it's always like these guys often are on Twitter, and they always, they're like, yeah, go EU. They are extremely pro EU people. It makes you think of those. Get into Iran. He makes very long TikToks. Hey, now you can post long videos like this on TikTok. I didn't know this. I thought it was because like on YouTube Shorts, you can only post 3 minutes long videos max. On TikTok, you can post long videos like that. I didn't know. Yeah, he's a EU. He's an EU enthusiast. Oh, he has a GPU problem. Ah no, no, it's an effect. On Reddit, I discovered on is it on PC Master Race, or like people complaining that their GPU is dying, and there is a way to know if your GPU is dying. It like you have these rectangles that show up. Don't know if I'm going to. Voilà, stuff like this. Voilà, exactly. Like when you have stuff like this that pop, voilà, artifacts, and people, voilà, and people come, voilà, that's the meme, Voilà, this is the meme. When you have your GPU who is actually dying, voilà, everyone is posting this this meme. I think this is funny, Voilà, this is the Johnson Wang version too. Yeah, it's time to buy another one, my dude. It's time to buy another one. My GPU had this, but was the cable. So sometimes it's just the cable. Oh, really? Oh, wow. Good to know. Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, this one is weird because it's only one monitor. So yeah. I expect to be on all monitors, not just one. Does it still do that if you move this code around? Yeah. The HDMI cable is kind of strange, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I discovered recently that with a lot of cables, if you like tie them to a bit too close together, like they are a bit too tightly knit, it can, like, for the electricity and I guess for other kinds of data and stuff, like it can actually hurt the, you know, the transmission. Like, for example, I learned that even for, like, you know, power cords or whatever, especially if there's a lot of electricity that's going to go through, you should not, you know, like, use the power cord like, you know, curled, like, you know, like very tightly knit and curled, because I don't know, there's a weird interaction, and I guess it can increase the heat that's generated, and it can also yeah, lead to like fires and stuff if it's too much, or if there's too much electricity going on. Stop. Cable for now. Stop. I don't have money. You have a job now? Yes, Nat, you have the money now. You have literally the entire money of the entire Brazilian central bank. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? If you knew my salary, just buy another Chinese Super PC. Yes. That's right, Nat. 376. I mean, how can it be so low? I bought it in 2012. Did I buy? What was the price? Surface RT MSRP. The crunch. 32 gigabytes for 399, 499. Ah, yes, I think I bought it for like 399 or 299. Scaled down RT version of its upcoming then. Low power processors. Ah, yeah. Was it so expensive like this? No way. When was this? 2012. 32 gigabytes. It's the storage. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's the storage. It's not the RAM. Yeah. Ah, fuck. Yeah, it was the storage. Yeah. That's scary. That's scary. Yeah, 13 years ago, 2012. 13 years ago. Wild tablets such as Kindle Fire, huh? A rumor has it. 199. I don't think I bought mine this cheap. I don't think it was this cheap. Yeah, starting at 499. Whoa. What's a touch cover? Did I buy this thing that expensive? Was it that expensive? Oh. Yeah, 32 gigabytes of storage. Was that expensive? You know, I have solo access on the bank. You have no idea. Oh wait, I can't buy Chinese PCs anymore. Lula is the motherfucker. Now we have taxes that cover 100% of the product. Really? Just send yourself some money if you work at the bank. Boom. So if I paid 900 for my PC before, now I could pay. Really? Lula did the taxes? Not Trump? It's not because of Trump, it's because of Lula. I thought maybe you would have some taxes because of Trump, but Lula did the tariffs. I have solo access on the bank, you have no idea. Especially since like Brazil doesn't have any computing industry, manufacturing capacity, right? So why like what is the benefit of putting tariffs on the computers? Just for the government to make money, I guess. It's just that usually the tariffs have a reason, you know, like to help the local economy or something. I think you're doing percentage like JFK. Oh, like RFK. Like RFK, you mean? Yeah, Yannick. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yes, Brazil is one of the most dumb countries in the world. Ah, so it's just for taxes. It's just for taxes. But it's horrible. Yeah, it's horrible. 100%. That's horrible. Like, especially computing. Like, as a computer enthusiast myself, I am flabbergasted by this newsnet. This, yes, yeah, I know. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. That's you know, that's wow. That's bad, huh? That's very bad. That's very bad. It's very bad, huh, that somebody does this. Like, you know. No, actually, Nat, you are using the math correctly. I mean, not entirely. Yeah, like 900 reais that increased by 100% become 1800 reais. So this is correct, you know? RFK here is not correct. Yeah, there is no 600% reduction. This, you know, it doesn't exist. Yeah, but I understand what he wants to do, right? Like he just wants to do a communication, a PR stunt, right? Because Trump said some, you know, dumb thing and he needs to support it because he's his minister. But this is such a sad way to ruin, you know, your intellectual reputation in front of all uh, the people in your country that know how percentages works, and I think most people know how percentages works, you know. This is wow. What he could have done, he could have said the multiplier, you know, like we divided, right? He could have said that would have been more mathematically correct. That would have been mathematically correct. He could have said, wait, we divided the price of the drug by 60, right? Yeah, by 60. Yeah, right? He could have said that, but no. he chose the dumb. He just chose something that was actually false. But that's the problem when people, including Trump and a lot of people surrounding him, they are not that smart, and that's a fucking problem when you run a government to not be smart. Smart enough to just like understand this at a glance. This is bad, huh? This is very fucking bad. You know, one more, among the crazy, the countless things that Trump, said. Voilà, one more. Can show you to a Brazilian video talking about taxes, but talking about Brazil stuff. I mean, this is a Brazilian video. You may not understand, but I can see the images and values. Yeah, do that. Why not? Do not touch Greenland. Do not touch Greenland, Mr. Trump. What? Trump, you want to invade Greenland? Stop it. Don't do that, okay? Oh, it's a long video. Attends, let me summarize in English. Brazilian minimum wage. A person earning the minimum wage in Brazil struggles significantly with a substantial portion of their income going towards rent for a poorly maintained, unfurnished house. US minimum wage living conditions. In contrast, a minimum wage earner in the US can afford a much better quality of life. Yeah, I mean, same in France. If you live in the rural area, like a minimum wage in France in the rural area is actually fine to live. Like, voilà. In the city, no. But in the rural areas, yeah, for sure. Well-equipped house in a decent neighborhood. Bon, that's not... yeah. I guess in the US, they do have better for the minimum wage, yeah. I mean, houses also in the US are pretty cheap, a bit cheaper, I noticed, compared to France. So yeah. The ability to purchase a new car. The one thing that the poor people in the US get fucked over, though, is the healthcare, right? Like, that's just a bad, And that's the one thing that we get better in France, for example. In Brazil, I guess you're still struggling. Cost of living. The cost of essential goods like food and transportation is vastly different between Brazil and the US, with Brazilians facing severe limitations in purchasing even basic necessities and used vehicles. Yeah. Car affordability. Purchasing a car on a minimum wage is virtually impossible in Brazil. Yeah. Even a small car, like a small, maybe used car, it's not possible at all. Later just play the video in the part the guy showed the house that you can get with minimum wage in Brazil compared to US. Okay. Wait, even a decade-old used car having an unaffordable monthly payment. Ah, wait, wow. A decade-old used car having an unaffordable monthly payment. Damn. In the US, a new car is attainable with manageable monthly installments. Ah, yeah. Got my car used for 18,000 reais. It's a car from 2003 or 2007. I don't know. Okay. But seeing the minimum wage. The scenario depicted shows a person renting a house in low-cost neighborhood. This house is in a low-cost neighborhood for 800 per month. This house is unfurnished, in poor condition, with issues like a dirty exterior, a door that doesn't close properly, and a small, poorly divided interior serving as both living space and bedroom. Utilities like electricity and the cheapest internet. For the reduced remaining funds, it will be only $5.99 for survival. Conversely, in the US, earning a minimum wage of over 15 per hour with a 40-hour work week result in a gross monthly income of 2,600 after deductions for Social Security, Medicare. The net income is approximately really for housing I mean, maybe. Yeah. I'm not sure. I mean, I've never lived in the US. It's just that with my exes, I got, some like glances of costs and prices of different things like the internet, a house, like health insurance and stuff like that. And I noticed that compared to France, a lot of things compared to France were way more expensive. At the same time, the wages, the salaries in the US are also better than in France. So, in a way, it can balance out. For housing, a comparable rental in the low-cost area of Florida is 950 per month. This house is described as humble, but significantly better equipped than its Brazilian counterpart. Featuring a yard, basic furnishing, air conditioning, modern kitchen appliances. Yeah, because in the US, like all the houses have air conditioning by default. Basic furnishing, modern kitchen appliances, an induction stove, and a large refrigerator. Yeah. Transportation cost. I don't know. Attends, let me go at the house. Ah, la casa. That's in the US. This house is like a rich house in Brazil. Really? It's considered shit. Really? Okay, not rich, but you have this house, but you're very good. Ah, okay. Yeah. Hot water. What? Some houses don't have hot water in Brazil? Really? No, no house have. What do you mean? What do you mean no house have hot water? Yeah, like you are heating your water, whether it's in a boiler, right? I mean, I don't expect like hot water to come from the infrastructure, right? But inside your house, you have something that gathers the cold water to make it hot, right? Because I'm confused with what you said. Because like like in Paris also, in France also, we don't have hot water coming from the street, right? We have cold water, and inside the house or inside the building you have like a boiler that heats the water, for you to use in your shower or in your sink, right? Some people you shower instead of the thing. Attends. Oh, 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 it's like, yeah, I know what this is. I mean, at some point, I remember my mom and I talked about installing this on the shower of my old room, you know, like my chambre de bonne. And it's something that like instantly heats the water a little bit. So it's like kind of hot when it comes out, but it's like with electricity and stuff. But it's a bit dangerous also if you don't know how to do it. So it avoids you having a boiler. But people have boilers, right? Like, what do you mean there's no boilers? I did see some sketchy showering head that heats the water from the outlet, and I think it's from Brazil. Yeah, I mean, we also have that in France, like, you know, in the chambre de bonne, for example, in the very, very small rooms, yeah, sometimes when there is no space for a big boiler, you know, like a 200-liter boiler or something, or maybe 500-liter. I don't remember what is the smallest size. When there's not such room to put a boiler in the shower or above the shower or something, yeah, people use that even in France, but it's like the last resort, right? But most people, especially when you have the space to put, you use a boiler. You put a boiler, even if it's a small boiler. I'm talking about the dishwasher. Ah, this is the dishwasher. This is a sink. Yeah, there was an electro boom episode on this. Ah, interesting. Brazil uses electricity shower. Ah, so this not dangerous, less dangerous than gas. Gas showers? Wait, what? Wait, we have hot water, but not from the tap. Yeah, like I don't think anybody in the world have hot water from the tap. I mean, from the street, right? Like from the infrastructure. Like yeah, everybody has a boiler. Like you know, like most hot water in the world, I guess, is locally produced, either in your house or in your building, right? But it's not produced by like the city or something, right? We have hot water, huh? Nobody uses it like like Americans do. We have hot water in the shower with an electric shower head. Okay, so you have an electric shower head, a bit like this here too. 200-liter boiler. In Germany, you either have a central gas heater or a small boiler in the bathroom. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't remember exactly the amount, but I know it. Usually it's a lot of liters, so I don't remember if it's 100, 200, 500. I don't remember. Um, Gas shower, yeah. I don't know what is a boiler. Ah, attends. Water boiler. No, not this. These things. Um, like what is the 500-liter? No, 500-liter. Shower. Like it's something like this that you put. Like usually you put it like in the garage or somewhere hidden, and it just makes the water hot. It just heats the water. Um, what is the... Attends, comment on appelle ça en français déjà? Ballon d'eau chaude. Voilà, these kinds of stuff. This, you know? And usually these big ones, usually they just serve an entire house, or maybe two showers or something, or maybe the shower and the washing machine and the sink, and maybe two rooms or whatever. You have a big one like this. This is what a boiler is, and there's cold water in, hot water out. I know in America they use gas to make the water hot. No. I mean, okay, maybe. Okay, I see what you mean. You mean like a central heating system that provides both the heating and also that heats the water. Yes, I mean, I think in my building we have something like this in the, in the basement of the building, right? We have like a big thing that provides both the hot water for the heaters, and also the hot water for that is but like the hot water for the shower, and the sink and the yeah. So yeah, it's this, and this thing might be fueled with a gas, yeah, with a gasoline, or with if it's an old one, or maybe with like like liquefied gas, but like the natural gas, we call it in English, I guess. uh, you know uh, or just raw electricity also. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so it's but yeah, I mean, I guess in the US it's true that in the US they often have these uh, big all-in-one big systems that provide the heating, the air conditioning, and the heating of the water also. Yeah, in all-in-one. Yeah, in the US they often have that, yeah. More than in France. In France we have usually, except in big buildings, but in the buildings we don't have the air conditioning usually. I mean, depends on the buildings, but like like the typical Parisian buildings, they do have the centralized heating, they do have the centralized hot water, but we don't have centralized air conditioning, because usually it's not the tradition in France, and because usually most of the year we don't need air conditioning, so it's not it's just not very useful. Even though I think that with the in the latest years, like in the last few years, the government has been pushing for having like at least to have the system that can allow for air conditioning if they want, maybe sometimes in the future, because with the climate getting warmer, France will have to get general air conditioning at some point in the buildings. It's just that we are not there yet. So yeah, so I guess the Americans are all more in one because of this. Yeah. So yeah, I see what you mean. I know in some big cities there are like heating plants that deliver hot water to the apartment. I mean, yeah, that's what I have in my building. In the building, we have, yeah, the big thing that produces both the heating and the hot water. But it's just for storage. We don't make the water hot or something like this. What do you mean you don't make the water hot? Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, I see. It's like yeah, it's a water reserve. Yeah, it's a water reserve. Go back to the video. You will understand. Okay. That's still the US. Ah, heating plants like factories heating water from kilometers away from for thousands of people. Oh, okay. I don't think we have that. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, I've never heard of that. I guess in Paris, the only thing that I mean, the only distributed weird thing that we have is natural gas. Like in a lot of Parisian buildings, you have gas de ville. It's like the natural gas that you use either to like light a flame to cook, on your kitchen, and also the one that maybe your heater uses to heat stuff. This natural gas can sometimes be delivered by the the Paris city. But for the rest, yeah, the water usually is just cold, and we each building needs to heat its own water. Yeah. And it's also why in France, I guess people always tell you to be careful about the hot water because it's compared to the cold water, because the cold water is delivered by the city, and so it's heavily tested, and so you know that when you drink the cold water, it will always be like sanitized and controlled. But the hot water, since the hot water is made locally, if you have an old heater, or if the heater doesn't work and maybe the water is not hot enough or something, or sometimes there are some bacteria that can develop in the heater if the heater like is not functional, and then that can cause some health problems sometimes. Yeah, so we have these kinds of issues. I mean, it's not issues, but yeah, I've never gotten any. Like, I drank a lot of hot water for years, to quickly make a coffee or something, and I never got any problems. Um, but yeah, it's just that in the old buildings where people don't maintain their heater or something, it can cause a problem because it's not the responsibility of the city anymore. It's the responsibility of your own building. So yeah, but yeah, I mean, I've never heard the heating water like as a public service, in France. I've never heard that. So it's funny that it's interesting that in Germany they do that sometimes. It's just that I'm wondering, like, how are you not losing a lot of a lot of the heat when the water travels? But I guess there are ways to isolate everything, right? If it's properly isolated, I guess it can work. Yeah. I don't know. Brazil. But how do you pay for this? 125,000. He showed the Brazilian house. Not yet. Ah no, maybe it was before. Ah no, okay, okay. I thought it was in the other order. Okay, now we get to the Brazilian. The yeah. Attends, let me. Voilà. Ah, yeah. Okay, so that's minimum wage Brazilian house. Oh wow. Ah yeah, the shower head. But why has nobody cleaned this fucking house to sell? Like, is it to sell? Why do you not clean your house if you want to sell it? Like, what's going on? Look, this is all dirty. Why is it so dirty? Well, we need to abstract from the dirtiness because it's not like outside from the dirtiness. I think, well, I don't remember the. I guess maybe it's a bit smaller. Maybe also like this is an apartment, right? This is not a house. Is this a house? This is not a house. This is an apartment. Countryside is more cheap for meter, you know. I have no idea. Lula made it dirty. Yeah. No, you don't. This is a big problem. I guess it's because it's cheap. People don't care because it's cheap. Ah, really? Then he paid for internet and food, I guess. So yeah, 400 reais. Yeah. And then it's the American house now. Yeah. Hey, he spent less time on the Brazilian compared to the. Wait, so like in Brazil, like an apartment. I mean, yeah, he just tried what you can. Like, if you have a house, it's more expensive than the apartment like this, even in rural areas. Because, like, to me, if you take an apartment, it's because you are located like somewhere near a city or something, you know, or near at least a small city. Because if you are really in the rural areas, I guess you take a house, you know, and the house can be the same price as the apartment, you know. So that's what I'm wondering. It looks like a motel. Yes, it looks like a motel. Because I would have wanted to see, like, what if you try to buy a house like this in the rural area. But I guess maybe in the US, it's just also in the US, unlike Brazil is a bit more like France, I guess. For this, is that the closer you get to the to the cities, the more apartments you have. In the US, they have, like, this tradition of putting like small houses everywhere, even close to cities, right? So I guess it's a bit weird to con- to compare. We rented an apartment here, our old apartment, which we no longer live in. It cost 1,600 reais. Good location. It's one of the cheapest in the area. We weren't thinking of raising the price, and it's cleaned. Mm. Its normal price is like this for apartment, between 1,400 and 2,000. Not a very good apartment, but a good one. Mm. Okay. I mean, yeah, but yeah, okay, I see. But like, for example, I think in France, it would be a bit similar to Brazil, in the sense that if you are close to some, like, an area where a lot of people live, if you're not in the rural area, yeah, the cheapest things are apartments, small apartments like this. Uh, it's just that you can also have small houses. It's just that you have to live away, in the rural areas. Whereas, yeah, in the US, they have this weird thing where even if you are close to a big city, you can still have your small house. It's just with a very small garden and everything small in the residential area. You know? Yeah. But I guess I can understand why you would think that it's yeah, higher quality or whatever. Yeah. But but me, I would not qualify the poor house in the US as good either, or you're good or something. But at the same time, it's because I know that in the US they have this weird mentality where they put all the houses next to each other and you have like 3 meters squared of garden, and that's how they do things, Even the rich live like this. But to me, this is not how you're good looks like. Like in France, when you're good, you have a big house or a small house, but with a lot of terrain around, and like you are a bit isolated from others. And I guess you can even have those in France for cheap. It's just that you will be away from the city centers. So it's a bit weird to compare, you know. And funnily enough, I guess, like a small house that I have in my mind with lots of terrain around for the US would probably mean that you are richer, because you have the opportunity to not live in a, you know, dense residential area, and you actually have the opportunity to like buy a big terrain and whatever, unlike most people, and so there, like some things can appear rich to some countries and poor to others, but not really. Like it's a bit weird to compare, I think, on a lot of things. Not a very good apartment, but a good one. Okay. Is there even enough infrastructure to exist in the rural area? Like, is there comprehensive shops or energy? It depends. We have some areas that don't have enough, but in mostly yes. And to be the rural areas are very good at some things, like prices. Yeah, yeah, in France too. But it's a rural area, so you don't have much things to do. Things that you do in the city, I mean. Yeah, I mean, same in France. Huh? In France, like for cheap, you can have a big house with lots of terrain around. It's just that you will be at 1 hour and a half or 2 hours of cars from the nearest supermarket. Voilà, that's all. Or the nearest train station or whatever. Like there are some areas like that in France. We are calling it the diagonal of emptiness. It's like a bunch of rural areas that are like southwest to northeast, where there's no train stations, there's no airports, there's no big, like the big supermarkets are only close to the big cities. And so if you live in one of those empty areas, oh yeah, everything is cheap. You can have a big house, you can have like 6 rooms in your house. Maybe not 6 rooms, but at least like 2 3 rooms for raising your children or whatever. You can have like a big garden, uh and stuff. But and it will be relatively cheap compared to the rest, but you will just have to drive for 2 hours for anything. you know so yeah. Yeah, but funnily enough, the closer you get to a city, the more it's a bit like in Brazil. Like the apartments get a bit like that. And in France, I guess, like in Brazil, we don't have those big, American residential areas. Or at least it's not what most territories look like in France. Yeah. Interesting. But yeah. I mean, I can understand that. I guess the it's just that the minimum wage in Brazil is probably, yeah, lower when it comes to like what it allows to do compared to France, or even the US. Yeah, but also, yeah, it's and it's also about like perceived social status. Because in the US, when you live in those poor houses like this, like you do not feel good about yourself, you know, and other people do not feel good about yourself. Like if you live in this, you know, area, in these neighborhoods, in this house in the US, you know that you are poor, you know, that you are classified by society, by yourself, by everyone as poor, you know? And so it you know, like it has, and you know, to an extent it might have more impact than just the on your day-to-day life than just the material aspects, right? It's like you're not going to, you know, if you're a man and you have this house, the poorest house, you're not going to get a pretty attractive girlfriend, you know, in the US if you have this house, you know, stuff like that also kind of matter, you know. Even though, yeah, you have air conditioning, and it's the poor man's air conditioning also. I mean, it's the kind of air conditioning that we have in front. It's not something that was planned when the house was built, right? It's something that you add after, I guess. I know, maybe because I remember when I visited my ex when he was in Michigan, he was living in like a student's residence or whatever, and like one big semi house like thing was divided in two apartments, but they, for the both parts of the apartment, for both apartments, they had like a big machinery, you know, that was producing the heat and the air conditioning. And so they didn't have those for the air conditioning. You know, the air conditioning came from the vents, right? And they just have, it's just that in the back of the garden or whatever, they had like a big machine that was like outside, that was, you know, starting, you know, you could hear it like starting like if you open the window at night or whatever, you could hear it. You know, it was a big thing. Like it was not a small thing like what those have, you know, on the other side. It was a big thing. So yeah, in the US they have this habit, but here they don't have it. So I guess depends. Nat, can you get a beautiful girlfriend if you are poor in Brazil? Yes. See, that's great. Mostly women don't care about money. I mean, of course, you need at least a job, but women are not lunatic for money. Ah, yeah. Do they care more if you're good looking than if you have money? Ah, yeah, Mercado. Ah, yeah. For food, yeah, for food, the US is unmatched. Yeah. I think I've never found food so cheap than in the US. Like I've encountered food stands or food things in New York City when I went there for a month when I was a student, when I was a 16-year-old. Like when I was in high school, yeah, I guess, yeah. I found food trucks and stuff that are like cupcakes or something, like pastries and stuff, hot dogs, that in the streets of New York City were cheaper than what you can get like in rural France at the supermarket, you know? Like I guess the quality is probably lower, but you know when you eat it it's good. You know? It's good to eat the pizza slice or the hot dog, and it's so much cheaper. Yeah, the US for food is unmatched. Yeah, for like the food. food prices. Maybe the food quality they are not the best, but the food prices, yeah, it's very cheap. You can't survive with the minimum wage in Brazil. Oh, really? In the US, even the poorest, lowest income guy has a Costco membership and buys 3,000 kilocalories of pizzas. It's insane. Yeah, I mean, I understand because, yeah, like if you go at Costco, yeah, when I went one time at Costco and I was also like out of my mind. You know, they sell these like big like 20 people like bags of chips and stuff. This is crazy. Like the Costco family size is like, dude, you know like, it's really like, uh gross discounts, this is crazy. Can buy like stacks of like 32 or 64 ice creams, in one package in Costco, stuff like that. I remember. Yeah, it was so cheap, and you can also eat at Costco. I remember there was like cheap pizzas or something that was like for, I don't remember the price, but it was very cheap, and they were kind of good, you know. So yeah, yeah. You cannot. I mean, if you have at least the minimum wage, I guess you cannot die of hunger in the US. That's for sure. You can die of obesity, though. Yeah, I guess a lot of people do. uh, but yeah, and now a surprise for you: to be considered rich in Brazil, you need to have 10,000 reais per month, considering a family with 4 people. Ah, yeah. So the minimum wage is yeah, so you need to earn like almost 10 times, so 8, 9 times the minimum wage to have like a good family of 4 people, to like have a, to be at ease with a family of 4 people. So two adults, two kids, right? For example, right? Yeah, so you need to make 10x, I mean 9x the minimum wage. Yeah, that's a lot. In France, to be considered maybe not rich. Uh, I mean, well, especially since after the inflation, I don't have all the numbers in my mind. But yeah, like usually the multiplier is not 9x to be considered rich in France. It's more like 3x. Yeah, 3x. Like the minimum wage in France is like 1,500 euros, and you start to be a cheese as an individual, at least with like 3,500, maybe more like 4,000. You start to get okay, and 4,500, yeah, you are good in France right now. Yeah, 4,500, I would say, is the rich limit right now. After COVID, after the post-inflation COVID, because before it was more like around 3,500, 3,600 or something. But now, like after COVID, and the inflation and stuff, yeah, no, it's more like 4,000 and around. Yeah. Yeah, so the multiplier is more like 3 times the minimum wage. To I can be considered rich here. It's not that hard if you live with your family. Oh, I can be considered rich here. This is the point. And I barely can pay my bills. Okay. Just with food, you will spend like 2,000, 3,000 reais per month. Really? Ah, yeah, with living with 3 people. Yeah. Ah, yeah, so you. Oh, wow. Ah, yeah, so the minimum wage is very low then. Whoa. Yeah. Three people. Yeah, so four people, you spend like 1.5 minimum wage. Oh yeah, yeah. Just with food. Ah yeah, so the minimum wage is very low. Because like in France, for example, you are, for four people just for food in 1 month, um, four people maybe like 800 euros. So it would be like half for four people. Because me, I'm roughly spending for me alone. I'm spending like 150 euros, 200 max per month for to eat. You know, yeah. So I guess for four people, since you can, there's economies of scale. I guess yeah, maybe 600, 700 euros. Yeah, so it's like half. Yeah, so it's the reverse. In Brazil, four people takes two times a minimum wage. In France, it takes half. So it's like a 4x. I mean, given the yeah, so yeah, so I guess the minimum wage in France is way higher compared to like cost of living compared to Brazil. Yeah. But do you have a lot of people that are on the minimum wage in Brazil? Because, for example, we know in France that because the minimum wage is kind of high, there's a lot of people in France who live their salary is the minimum wage. You know, like people who work in factories or very simple jobs, or like I don't know, like people who welcome people at shops and stuff. Usually it's minimum wage. Like the cashiers and stuff. Usually it's minimum wage. So there's a lot of people in France, like who live at the minimum wage. Is there a lot of people in Brazil who live at the minimum wage? Or is it like an extreme? Not buying just the necessary, not buying expensive things. Okay. 200 put 400 in ThinkPads. Yes. Yes, three ThinkPads. Three ThinkPads per month. Three ThinkPads per month to buy food for four people. Do you imagine how many ThinkPads you can gather if you don't eat? Just don't eat. Buy three ThinkPads per month. That's crazy. Maybe I'm gonna do that. That would be wow. Now I'm excited. Yes, mostly in favelas or places with bad security. Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. So it makes sense now. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it's not the same kind of minimum wage that we have in France. It's very low. Okay. Yeah, okay. So in a way, it makes sense. Mm-mm-mm. Because in France, like if you tell me that there is like, yeah, if tomorrow I see that there's like 30 or 40% of the people in France who earn a minimum wage, I would not be surprised. You know? That's actually a pretty, like, yeah, that's what I expect. If it's 40%, I would be, oh, that much. But like, if you tell me like there's 25 or 30% of the French people who earn the minimum wage, I would be, yeah, yeah, I'm not surprised. There's just a lot of people. Why does he say Kirkland behind him? Kirkland? Kirkland? I don't know. It's in the US. Kirkland. This is the US. We are Charlie Kirk. This is Kirkland. This is the US. what does it say? People that live with minimum wage here, to me, they are heroes because I have no idea how they can do that. Okay. Mm. Yeah, or maybe they have like some aspects that counterbalance. Like maybe they are just like hosted. Maybe they maybe they are like maybe they have like a home that is provided with a job or something, or maybe they have free food. Like I guess at some point it needs to make sense. And I'm not sure because like for example, I think before in France, like in the 19th century or something, when there was no minimum wage uh, in France because it was early capitalism and stuff. I think uh, what the big company owners were doing is that they were basically building like a micro city around the factory, and basically it allowed them to like optimize the costs of feeding the people, housing them, and also like the kindergarten costs communalized. But in exchange, they didn't have a very high salary because there was no minimum wage. So I guess they were, if you went into these kinds of factories, you knew that you were getting paid de facto, um, not only in salary but also in housing, kindergarten center that was just for you and the people of the factory. You know. So I'm wondering if this is something like this that's going on also, like some side of some kind of you know subsidy or something for these people, because like yeah, you know you cannot hire people that cannot live. you know as a business owner, like it's not possible to hire people that are going to die of hunger or that can't buy clothes, you know so yeah, or maybe some parts it's extremely cheap. I don't know. I'm trying to make it make sense. Well, at the same time, I guess it depends also on the countries. I mean, like for example, even in Europe, like even though, for example, France and Germany have differences in minimum wage and stuff, and cost of living and stuff like that, we are pretty. Well, it's still in the same like order of magnitude. But for example, if you go to Switzerland, in Switzerland, the prices are like even more expensive. Both the wages and the prices for everything is even more big than in the US. Uh, Sometimes, yeah, like the cost of things in Switzerland is crazy high, but the wages are also crazy high. You know, and why is that? No idea. It's just that's how it is. And it also applies to the conversion, between like euro and the Swiss franc. Uh, like when the Swiss people come to France or come to Germany, it's like they are kings because they have so much money to spend, um, with their Swiss salary, because the Swiss salary is extremely high compared to the French salary or the German salary. Uh, you know, and I'm not sure of why is that, because like it's not like the Swiss GDP. Well, I guess there is all this financial stuff that was going on for a while in Switzerland, but it's not extreme. Like you know, Switzerland is the people of Switzerland are European like us. They are not a different culture. They're not that different. It's just that they have this aspect of their economy that is a bit good for them, I guess, when they come to France or Germany or around or or other European countries, but are very bad for us when we try to come to Switzerland. And there is no like obvious reason. It's just that I don't know. I would like to know like why. I think I've searched this already and I haven't found an answer. I mean, Switzerland has its own currency that has a higher value. Yeah, but why does it have such a high value? I'm wondering compared to the euro or compared to the to the, to the other European currencies or whatever. They are pretty locked down. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I guess it's a mix of different things. I mean, I guess because they have this aspect of like international hub, like Geneva, like the Geneva Conventions or whatever. So there is probably an international like finance aspect to it, but it's not like Switzerland has like that many more startups or like wow, like productivity wise, I don't think Switzerland is through the roof, compared to the US or Europe, like France, there is a productivity gap and like a wealth creation gap between continental Europe and the US right now, but there is not the same gap between continental Europe and Switzerland, the EU and Switzerland, but yet their prices and their cost of living is just through the roof. It's like 2-3 times sometimes. Crazy stuff. Like as a non-Swiss, you can only live in Switzerland if you earn a Swiss salary. Otherwise, you can't because it's just too expensive. Because it has a lower quantity, and I guess the Swiss bank is also very strict. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Yeah, there must be some economics origins of this, and I guess also it's not mainly because like back in the day, like the hidden Swiss accounts or whatever, uh, you know, I guess back in the day when Switzerland was a big financial platform, hidden financial platform, okay, maybe they that could have fueled some of the inflation or whatever, um but this has stopped now. Like the Swiss banks are now correctly like being surveilled and monitored for all this stuff, and they all basically they renounced the bank secrets or whatever, you know and also Switzerland is a pretty big country still. It's not like Luxembourg. I can understand that Luxembourg can have a very weird economy that is heavily influenced by the financial uh, like exchanges, because Luxembourg is a very small country with a small population. So I can understand that maybe if you go to Luxembourg, wow, the prices are high, because yeah, there's like big companies that are doing lots of financial business that sits on top of a tiny population. So I can understand this. But Switzerland is a bigger country, so I guess it should not be as extreme as it is, price wise and salary wise. So I'm just wondering, or maybe it's just like people are, yeah, it's just isolated and so they don't care. I don't know. It's not, but even if it's isolated, since it's inside Europe, I would expect the financial um, links to like you know uh, balance things out a bit. That's often how what happens when you connect economies. Like it balances out. Well, at the same time, I guess there is also this aspect of the natural economical balancing out aspect that works in the US but doesn't work in Europe. Is that in the US people are willing to travel more easily to change regions or to change states, right? And so if a state one of a sudden has like crazy high salaries, there's a lot of people that are going to go in the state and lower the salaries. So in the US I guess things balance out better. In Europe, no, but most people stay in their countries. So I guess, yeah, there is less balancing out by shifting demands and supply and demands of humans. So I guess, yeah, maybe the disparities just stay there because people don't care about, I don't know. They have a very, very big corporations. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Also, the German mark also used to big worth a lot compared to the euro. Yes, true, true. I mean, the euro now is strong because the German mark was so strong itself, right? Like compared to the dollar, for example. Now the euro is a bit stronger than has always been a bit stronger than the dollar. You get more dollars per euro than the reverse. It's mostly because the mark was so strong. Yeah, it's hard to be poor. Yes. Yeah. Mythos has been. What's going on with Mythos? I need to leave. It's 1 a.m. Mythos. More cyber attacks. What has been revealed? What Mythos showed us? Mythos. Yeah, it's a brand new good LLM. Okay, guys. It's going to end up like all the last time we've heard this, right? In 6 months, a year, we will laugh because we will think, do you remember what they said about Mythos? Now GPT-6 is so much better and it still sucks ass, right? But back then, Mythos was the thing. So wait, I'm getting tired of this bullshit. Alors, Cloudflare tested Mythos preview, exploit chain construction, combines multiple small bugs into a full exploit, proof generation, writes and runs proof of concept to confirm vulnerabilities, reducing false positives, higher signal quality, fewer vague findings, clearer production step. Inconsistent guardrails, sometimes refuses a legitimate security task but not reliably. Noise in memory unsafe languages, more false positives in C and C++ versus Rust. Interesting. So Mythos is better at finding vulnerabilities in Rust than in C++. Narrow scope, agent focus on specific attack classes, command injection in one function. Parallel hunting, 50 concurrent agents scan different areas simultaneously. Well, yeah. I mean, we can also already do that. Validation and dedupe, a second agent reviews findings to reduce noise. Yeah, we can already do that. It's like the plan implementer. Yeah. I mean, again, like we already know that the less context is filled, the better the model performs. So of course, if one model analyzes the entire code base, creates a report, it's better to empty the context with another agent to look at the findings so it can, yeah, cross-check. But we know this, right? Already. Check if vulnerabilities are reachable from external inputs. Broader implications. Defense is more important than speed. Patching faster alone isn't enough. Architecture must limit exploitability. WAFs, zero trust. Zero trust. WAFs? WAF in French means woof, you know? That's how we say dog dog shouting is waf waf. What is WAF? Security woof? Yeah. Woof in French is WAF. By the way, Control K is kind of bugged. Why? Tell me. Web application firewall. Ah. I need to update Control K, but I haven't done it. Attacker is same tools attacker will use to find and change vulnerabilities. Sometimes when I send a patch to him, he just read my CV. I put my CV in the about me stuff. What? I don't understand. I put my CV in the about me stuff. Ah, in the system instructions, you mean custom system prompt here? Ah, yeah. Ah. He sometimes stops to read the pages. Well, this is just to give the model additional instructions. Maybe you can formulate it with like, because I guess you are using this to check if no, why are you using this? Because now you have a job. So why are you putting your CV in there? I guess when you were searching for jobs, you would put your CV in there and check and ask Control Kai, hey, is there any job offer that aligns with my CV, right? AI, would you hire me? I was using to find jobs, yeah. But I guess maybe because you know, like Mistral Small is a small model, so it can be dumb. So maybe you need to be super explicit in the custom instructions area. Here, you need to say like, answer any of my questions with the context of this CV colon, and then you paste the CV, but not too long. Yeah, because if it's too long, I guess he will, you know, hallucinate or something. He said no. He said no what? Who said no? Wait, I need to... I haven't finished my... Attends. Okay, in the software installer, I'm in the temp desktop env of the ISO. I guess there is the software installer. What do I install? Oh wow. Ah non, install packaged. Enabled repos. Don't use the if your goal is to install NX to this, don't use software installer. Use the NTX installer. Sometimes install NTX on desktop menu. Software is running apps after install. For now, open NTX installer. NTX updater. Pick target disk. Ah, voilà. Install bootloader. Reboot into install system. Then use the software installer. Oh, the Kirby. The Kirby emoji. It's been a long time I've seen. Why the Kirby? Why the Kirby? Oh. Oh non. Thinking about because I have a battery, but I'm wondering if it's a good battery or bad battery. Alors, regular install using the entire disk, yes. 150 gigabytes. Am I encrypting? No. Format the entire drive. Yes. I want to format the entire drive. Alright, it's 22. Hey, I need to finish my fucking project, huh? I know what will happen. I will finish all my projects on the last 2 days of May. Voilà. In a rush because I am human and I do as the humans do. I always do everything at the last minute because when I have unlimited time, I take too much time. Voilà. That's how humans work. That's how I work too. Voilà. When I needed to study for an exam, I thought to myself 2 weeks before, I have time, yeah, to study and stuff progressively. And then the night before, I was like, fuck, I've only read 10%. I need to read everything in 4 hours. Voila. And then I got a good grade anyway. So that motivated me to continue doing that. Are you studying? No. No, I'm installing NTX Linux on my Inspiron, on my Dell. My Dell Inspiron Mini 1010. But it's taking a bit of time, so I guess I will let it install. We'll just go eat. I need to. I haven't eaten. I haven't eaten. I mean, I ate some nuts, but I need to eat a proper meal actually. You said I will do exams. No, it was in the past. I was doing as if I was telling you what I was going to do. What is it? Oh yeah, it's my nuts. You see my nuts bag here? It's my big nuts. All my nuts are in there. These nuts, they're all in there. Noix de cashew. You know cashew nuts? It's all cashew nuts. From Lidl. Lidl has so cheap cashew nuts. Thank you, Germans. Thank you, Germany, for Lidl, for cheap Lidl cashew nuts. Very nice. Cajou, not cashew. Well, in French it's cajou, noix de cajou. Yeah. In English they say cashew nuts. No problem. Cajou, like the joue in Juliana. Yes, in French too. In French too. It's in English they say cashew. Yeah. Yeah. Not halal. Not halal cashew. Yeah. So I will leave now and I will let you go to bed very early tonight at 1 a.m. 30. Very early. Okay. Exactly. Not halal. I know, usually you want to, I know it's early than usual, okay? Usually I let you go at 3 a.m., but tonight I want to be reasonable, okay? I want to be reasonable and I want to wake up early tomorrow at like 1 p.m., I think that's very reasonable. So, you cringe. More dates? No. Actually, I mean, I met a new Brazilian. I met a new Brazilian actually. Just the Sigma grind set, exactly. Sigma grind set. A new, yeah. It's because I met a guy before. I mean, he's not. He's yeah. No, he's Brazilian. He told me he's Brazilian. It's just that the only problem, slight problem, with this new Brazilian is that he currently lives in Japan. This is the only slight problem. That's the slight. That's just a slight, little problem. Is it really not? Is it really not? Yeah. I mean, I never talked about him with Nat. I never talked about him with Nat yet. It's the first time. But yeah, so basically, like in the apps, there is this option to match with people in other parts of the world, and sometimes I guess most people do that to get closer to the big city of their area or whatever. But this guy just wanted to match me from Japan. But another one you told me about. Yeah, that's the second one. That's the second one. The first one was in Paris. The first Brazilian. I have now a collection of Brazilians. So I don't know why I have so many. I mean, I don't have so many. I also have lots of French people. It's just that, yeah, I had my Americans. Now I have my Brazilians. you know. Um, no, there was the last Brazilian. Yeah, I dated him a few times, like 2 times. But bon, I don't feel it. So we're going to stay friends, I guess. Because we like we have interest in common and stuff. But yeah, the second one is so is the guy. He's Brazilian. He grew up in Brazil. So I told him also. you know, hey, this sentence uh, is going a long way. You know, I also told him, "Você gusta pão de queijo?" You know, in text. You know, and he also said, "Yes, I love it. It's very good. It's from you know the part of Brazil that I never remember. It's very nice. You know. So I'm using. You know, I have that Brazilian Portuguese riz now. You know, I have that Brazilian riz in me, so I'm just using it. You know, uh, so that's pretty cool. Um, I'm raising up the Brazilians with this, with the pão de queijo. Um, yeah, and so I look, you know, since all the other dates of guys in Paris don't fucking work. I'm like, look, life gave me a Japanese Brazilian because he's like mixed guy. Why not? You know, maybe it will be better. You never know. I don't know. Oh my OMG, Nat, tell us a good Brazilian pickup line. That's the pickup line. That's the Você Gusta Pão de Queijo. That's my pickup line. You know, I go to Brazilians in the street and I tell them that and they fall in love. No, no, you know. So look, I don't have any money to go to Japan. He's actually pretty young, so I don't think he's studying. So I don't think he has any money to come to Paris. So we're probably never going to meet in real life, you know? But hey, life is an experience, you know, and I'm ready for it. So, well, and maybe, and then the big black brigadier balls. Yeah, I plan to ask him. It's that too. Yeah. Yeah. One step at a time, you know, one step at a time. You can say, by the way, my friend talked about the big black Brazilian balls he showed me. Yeah, I'm gonna say that. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Do you want to see too? Then you send the Brigadero image. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna do that. Very nice. Thank you for your advice, Nat. Yeah. So you know, like, I'm a bit fed up with dating. You know, like, at the same time, there is a part of me that thinks that, you know, I have very cool aura farming photos on my profile, but they were taken when I was 27. And now I'm 31, so they are starting to be old now. And I don't want to replace them because they cost them a lot. You know, it was a lot of work. So I'm like, maybe it's a good time for me to find someone now with my cool photos, you know? And not waiting because I don't want to take new photos because it's annoying and it takes time and you need to find a good angle and you need to blah, blah, and I don't want to, you know. But the more I try, the more it doesn't work, you know. And I think it's mostly because I don't have a job, you know. I think maybe I'm not very tall. I'm like, you know, 174. And most of the gays in Paris, they have, you know, it's they're so tall. Like half of the gays that I find cute, they are like 190, you know? So annoying. Conjugas là, tous là. Oh là 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 là. you know. So I guess there's this aspect where like I don't have a job and I'm not that tall. Uh, yeah, I don't know. Maybe my shoulders are not very large, you know. So I have they have other options for top, you know, for the tops they have other options. I don't know. Or maybe I'm too selective. Well, there's all kinds of factors, but yeah, it doesn't work, huh? 5 dates, 5 dates since late April. So maybe you are 152 after all. I am not 152. I am not 152. I would like to find a guy that is 152. That would be pretty cool, you know? There are some small guys, and I would like to find a small guy, you know, like 160, you know, that would be cool. Actually, my I think my ex was small like that. He was maybe a bit like smaller. He was like 158 or something. He was very small. But that was great for me. And for him too. That was great for him too. You know? But yeah, in Paris, they're so rare. So rare. The cute small gays. There's a lot of cute tall gays. Ah, there's a lot. Wow. Oh la la. So much. That's the one I don't like, and that's the one that they don't like me also because I'm smaller, you know. Or at least I feel like it's more risky. Yeah, but maybe the job aspect is mainly. I guess what happens is that usually I date some guys that are just on the limit of what I can pretend to get, you know. Because I just like to optimize, you know, the amount of cuteness that I can attain, you know. And when they know and when they understand that I don't have a stable job and that my financial situation is not stabilized yet or not comfortably stabilized, because well, I have some arguments going for me because you know I'm an owner, I don't pay rent, you know, so that well, that's an argument, but it's not stable, right? It's like a step. It's not stable. And when they understand that I'm not stable, then you know it goes past the limit. I feel and I feel and yeah, it doesn't. You know, they just evaporate. The interest for me evaporates. I guess that's how it. That's probably what happens. Yeah. Why? Why what? Why what? Why what? When did you say why? When I was talking about my ex or why you want small guys? Ah, because it's easier to it's easier to have a like a top bottom dynamic and even like you know personality role like hetero it's easier to have an heteronormative you know gay relationship when I'm the taller and the other guy is the smaller, you know. uh yeah, it's easier like in the roles of the you know in of the relationship when the top is taller and the bottom is smaller, you know, because it's a bit more like a straight couple, you know. I mean, you know, when I started to be gay in my when I was 19 or 18, 19, I really thought that being gay meant that you know I would be able to get out of the straight heteronormative, boxes, and that now everything was, more flexible and more no no no, you know. But the more I met guys, the more I realized that yeah, no, actually, no, it's the same shit as when for straight people. It's exactly the same thing for the gays. The bottoms want a strong masculine taller top, and the tops want a smaller. I mean, I guess me, maybe it's not all tops are like this, because I feel like, yeah, well, at the same time, I don't meet tops often, I guess, because of the algorithm. But like the tops, like, like in a heterosexual relationship, heteronormative relationship, they like their bottom a bit smaller, a bit younger, a bit effeminate. And that's the kind of guys I like. I like when my guys are a bit effeminate, you know? For example, at the like in Monday, I think, yeah. I dated a guy, and the guy was like cute, but he had that top energy, and also, he had like a very big strong jaw, and a lot, like very dense beard like me. And fuck, I couldn't bring myself to imagine anything with him, because he was just too masculine for me. He was just too masculine, and I'm not attracted to masculine guys, you know yeah, like, I was just like, and for him it was not even the size, because he was the same size as me. uh, but it was purely like the masculine energy. He had a quite masculine energy, and I'm just not attracted to that. And I wanted to date him to see, because in his photos he did look quite masculine. But sometimes the gays on the photos, they pretend to be masculine, or maybe they look masculine, but maybe in real life they are more effeminate. They talk like a gay person. And usually I'm attracted to the guys that talk a bit more like gay people, compared to straight people. But him, no, not at all. He just talked like a regular guy, you know. And so, plus the fact that he was actually pretty masculine, I was like, yeah, no, that's not going to. I can't. I can't. I can't. Yeah. So that there's a lot of stuff to manage, and sometimes it just doesn't work. Yeah, I can't manage usually everything to be properly aligned. Unfortunately, oh no. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Yeah. The more I think about it, the less I understand. But I guess, yeah. But at the same time, I even remember when I had a job. But maybe it was not. I guess it was like, I don't know how I formulated it. But even for the like 6 months where I had a job, it was not stellar either. The dating, so maybe, yeah. But at the same time, you just need one, right? So I just need to test, to check, to do, and at some point there's one guy that it will click, I guess, right? And it's like with the jobs, you just need one to say yes, you know. So, but I guess I would just have to try more, you know? It's like with the job offers. Maybe you need to try more than before because everyone can try more. And so everyone, skips more also. So if you want to say yes, you need to try more. You see Nat being gay is very hard. All the 5-1 goth femboys are nowhere to be found. Yes, true. 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 That's so sad. Yeah. But the thing is, even the 5'1" ghost femboys, well, 5'1" maybe it's very small, so I don't know. Maybe at some point it becomes absurd, right? If the gap is too big. But I can understand that, like, a feminine, like a gay, like, effeminate bottom who lives in Paris that is like 170, or my height, 175, 174. If he has to, like if he has to choose between me and a taller guy, yeah, maybe he would just choose a taller guy. And there's a lots of taller guys in Paris, So yeah, I am never the first choice, I feel. And so the fact that I'm also quite selective in the way I choose, I need to be attracted. Yeah, it doesn't fucking work. Well, I guess I'm simplifying everything. I'm simplifying a lot here, but like I think there's a lot of this that it shapes the dating market in a way. Maybe you need to try your luck in Warsaw. Yeah, sometimes I think that. Yeah, because like for example, where my ex comes from Michigan and I guess the Midwest, like I don't know. One day I tried to do the dating on another place, and I tried to put myself in Chicago or in Michigan or something just to see, what. And I found that there was way more cute. Like on average, I would swipe. I could have swiped more, you know, more often than I do in Paris. So I don't know if there's something about like genetics, ancestry that talk, about certain areas. Like because like finding someone attractive is also about like genes and stuff. Certain fashion, like for example, there are guys that I know they are objectively cute, right? But I just don't like their facial features the way they are because that's just not my thing. And I cannot explain it. I know that this person is objectively handsome, beautiful, but like, no, that's not, that's not for me. That's not my war, like, it's so, yeah. So sometimes I do wonder if in other countries, maybe there is like a cluster or something. And my ex was like a part of his, like, actually his family was from Polish origin. So maybe in Warsaw, it would be better to date. I don't know. Yeah. I'm going to I'm going to date I'm going to date the Eastern guys now. Like the guys that go in Ukraine to find a beautiful wife, like our Lord and Savior Donald Trump. I'm going to do that in Poland and Moldova. Voilà. Put yourself in Warsaw and find out. Yeah, I will try. I'm not sure if this is a paid feature now. I don't remember. But yeah, like sometimes I do wonder. It's just that I guess when I have the opportunity to to go on holidays or whatever. I will try this just to test, just to see if the experience is different. Because like in Paris, I have to swipe left so much. Like it's like 100 or 200 swipe left for one swipe right, maybe more. Finding yourself a trad bottom. Oh, the dream. But at the same time, to find myself a trad bottom, I would be myself to be a trad top, and I'm not. I don't have a stable job. I don't have. I don't bring the bread on the table. After a hard day of work, I just customize my ThinkPads. you know. Bon, maybe next month I will try to. I will actually try to start having a real job with the startups thing. I mean, that's the only cool thing I can do in my life at this point, is just trying to start a startup, because I am unemployable. I have like two uh big ass employability gaps. I have like a five-year employability. Like, yeah, I'm unemployable. So the startup is the only cool, I guess, avenue that I have to try to make my life, to shape my life into something. Otherwise, freelancing. But freelancing is a bit. I mean, it can make money, but will I have? Will I be? I mean, I can make money and accomplish something in my life with freelance, of course. But yeah, I'm probably not going to become rich, and I want to become rich at some point by taking some risks. And I think the startup is a good way to do that. You know. But it's not so much about risk, really. I mean, it's also about risk, but it's also just about like trying to, yeah, working hard to become the most useful you can try to become to other human beings. You know, that's how you make money. So I will try that, because yeah, that's my only avenue. Because I know what I get when I get a job. I get a shitty ass job that nobody else wants to, and I'm not consider. Like all the software engineers do not consider me as a technical person because I don't have a CS degree. So yeah, that sucks ass for me and my prospects of the long term. I don't want to live this life. I'd rather tinkering my ThinkPads than. But I do want to do something cool, and I do want to have a shot at maybe becoming rich. Of course, most startups fail, so it will probably not work. But at least it's better. Like you at least you get a reputation. Even if you start a startup and you fail, reputation wise, it's better than just not starting a startup, because at least people know that you're into the game. You tried. And most startups fail. So is it that bad that you failed? No, it's actually pretty normal. But will it prevent you from doing a second startup? No, it would probably make it more easy. Because when investors and investors and other founders and companies see the quality, the work that you do, usually, they when they've seen you, usually they are just more trusting. So I would like to do that. And I guess that's the best avenue for me to try to succeed, I guess, and be able to go in Warsaw, find my trad bottom. I need to make big bucks with my startups first. But you will have a job like me? Yes, maybe. I'm not sure. Yeah, kinda. I will talk with Lula about you. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Nat. Thank you, Nat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But I will leave. I will leave now because it's 2 a.m. A bit early. Sorry. Sorry for leaving you that early. Okay. But I also have to do things like eat and sleep. He can work in Brazil for minimum wage if he gets a free Brazilian bottom. Yes, voilà, exactly. You know my price. You know my price, Nat. I'm waiting for your offer. Plus BBL. Yeah. This is so easy. Look, I even find the Brazilian bottoms in Paris. You know? So I guess in Brazil there must be, tsunamis of bottoms, right? Trad bottoms. BBL. Oh no, it's a gay thing. BBL, it's a Brazilian butt lift, right? It's what Nicki Minaj has, or something. But Nicki Minaj has a very big one. No, a very girl thing. Good, good. Voilà. BBL for the bottom, huh? Not for me. Okay. I want, Nicki Minaj. No, it's not true. I don't like. No, it's not. It's not. Yeah. So now I will live for real. It's kind of easy to find for a boy a girlfriend. Mm-hmm. Well, it's just hard to find a good one. Okay. I see. Well, I need to find a good Brazilian bottom. Is that too hard to ask? Is that too hard to ask? Hmm? So you are, for Brazilians, what we would say. So you are, for Brazilian, what we would say, sexy as fuck. Damn. Really? Brazilian, like German archetypes. Well, I'm not really a German. White, blue eyes, slim. Well, I have green eyes, but okay, it's like close enough. Slim, yeah. I'm kind of slim, yeah. I am like a bit fit. I'm not skinny. I'm reasonably muscular, like chill muscular. And I have, at least the women likes. I'm not. I'm sure that men like it too. Yeah, I mean, most of the time, the gays, the bottoms, they just have the same preferences as women are usually. You know. Yeah. So yeah. Interesting. Interesting. On this note, very good news. I will have a boyfriend for sure in Brazil. Very nice. So in Brazil, you are definitely a 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10. Be proud of yourself. Wow. Damn. Even if I'm middle sized, what about the size? Are Brazilians very tall? Hmm? What size? You know, the height, vertical height. No one really cares about this. Oh, really? Interesting. Penis size? No, how could I know? I don't know. How could you know? On this note, I will now leave. This is a very good time to, very good, nice timing to leave now. Goodbye, everyone. There is a wonderful note.
Friend.
Wonderful note. Seriously, a very good series. Wow. You know that
This is imprinted on the internet forever. Nat, you know? Your will be forever. There will be a trace in the internet. It goes on YouTube, you know? This goes straight on YouTube. Nat, we have immortalized everything. Hop, it's in the bucket. Voilà. I love an answer. Euro 10 plus his dick is very small. Every stream. Every stream? Every stream? Really? Really? I don't remember. Maybe my memory has been erased by the forget now. No, I don't remember. Every time we talk about Brazil. Really? You were talking about dick size. I felt it was the right moment. I never talked about dick size. How would you know? Hmm? You don't need to be ashamed of that. Okay, see you. It's that. By the way, I have a small dick. Okay, see you. I need to poop. Dude, close the stream. I need to poop. Okay, I have a small dick. I need to poop. Bye. Allez, bye bye. Bye. Bye.
Bye bye. Bonne nuit. Good night. Good night, everyone. Bye
I love you too.
in your favorite.
Don't forget the friends when you get a bad friend.
Yes, I know. I will not forget.